Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you face can see my kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wabra yan tedeshe. And let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accept it. Instant charges. Exchange rate in Suye. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. Don't me call one kasa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter, in Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
last night. We were sleeping at that time, and the wind has destroyed everything. I'm a student. I'm supposed to be at school by this time, but because of the rain, I haven't gone to school because the rain has destroyed everything in our house. We are having 6 rooms. All of them are destroyed, so we don't know where to sleep again. Last night we slept outside, so we are suffering. We are seeking for the help from the government, so we are pleading for him to help us. We built it 3 to 4 months ago, but the rooms are 6, and then when we built them 3 to 4 months ago, and everything has been destroyed. We don't know where to sleep again. Even the rooms and the buildings, they are all destroyed. Even last night we didn't know where to sleep. We are just standing till now, so we are suffering from everything. We don't know what to do again, so we are just pleading to the government to help us, because we don't know what to do again. Even everything has been destroyed.
Right now, it's a farming season. Right now, we're there. So, for the farming, I don't know where to get the money and then go and farm my farm. So, now that my room has been destroyed, for now, I don't know where I am. My temper, I don't know. Last night I couldn't sleep. I was just inside my room. When I heard a noise shouted, I realized that my wife and my daughter just outside in the room, and then shouting that I should open my room, and they entered. And I asked them that why, and she told me that her room is what just removed by the rain. So that's what I heard.
Just about the air that destroyed our rooms. They left 2 rooms for us. Our men, we don't have place again to sleep. That was yesterday night air that come and destroy our building. We have nothing to say unless people come and help us. You know, it's our rain season time. We have nothing again. But by the grace of Allah, everything will be well. We, our men, accommodation is no problem for us now. We are appealing for the government so that they look for us. The place is no more for us. We don't have accommodation again.
Any Jomro NDC, Titro Omo Yami Mujide, and every Omabaku Abapa, and Yamame, almost Yani Onsha Obibiara, and Ontia now come, and we said 2024, 2025, Jomro, Sisayache, and then Ushapak, and perform by Yano, Bebre delegates, almost year ordinary citizens, almost the Bebre says, I get to abandon the ground. Winchester and Pat Jomro Ajimiatu. Together will be Biasi. Mumia Cosinia Dumate. Then a messenger said, Julia Bema, Honorable Ekesia, Francis Ekesia Kwedu, Messenger on the drum, Umayaka Humum. As I said, it's not about me. The Yanni said, you have winning power. Yanni, your air cost of Ghana. Yapasia Papa John, Romani Mahama, Epa, Ejumara, or Sadio, your Omra, Namoma, Midogas, Afutofe, Jomrani, that's a little energy, yet to be clear, Jomro, not Jomrafan into Mapa Emfra, not Ejuma Emra, not Mepono, Omohuntomo, and Martitu. They say, I made up Amanina. They come 2024-25, they are not the ninja to me, the BBRC, Yanisha. Easy for Nancy, media for any security person, or maybe I'll buy the Yamishano.
my source, my strength, my being. I owe it all to Jesus, and I thank him for it. To my family, my wife, my 3 lovely kids who prayed for me on Friday morning before I left home and told me to come home with victory. My parents who've stood by me, I'm grateful. To my constituency executives, the 25 out of the 28 who stood with me through thick and thin, I owe them a ton of gratitude. To the branch executives of Ningo Pram Pram, you opened your doors to me. You embraced my message. You rewarded loyalty and hard work. I can only make you one promise, the delegates and people of Ningo Pram Pram. Sam George will work even harder in the next parliament. Our next target is to achieve 100,000 votes for the NDC and John Dramani Mahama in the 2024 elections, and make sure that President Mahama is sworn in at the Black Star Square on the 7th of January 2025. That is the next focus of the constituency, myself and the executives. But I just want to say a big thank you to my delegates. Those of you who interviewed me in the morning, I said to you, they say fear delegates, but I trust my delegates, and they have not let me down, and I will continue to work for them.
One of the things that they've said against you in the past, most of the delegates, is the fact that when they ask you why you're not bringing much development to them, the response you give to them is that your mom is still in the kitchen. You've won with this resounding victory. There's a need for you to extend some sort of olive branch. What is going to be your approach, and also restating to them the role of an MP, because it does appear they do not understand you when you tell them what your role as an MP is.
You must have been speaking to the minority dissenting voices and views. The majority views in Ningo Pram Pram appreciate the work that Sam George is doing as their Member of Parliament, and that's evidenced in the results. Anyone who wants to work with us is welcome. But my team and I are focused. We are well capable and able to work on our own and deliver victory. We've done it before. 4 years ago, they turned their backs on us even after we extended an olive branch to them. They decided not to work with us. 4 years ago, in 2016, they actually preached skirt and blouse after we extended an olive branch to them. For us, our way is forward. We look neither east or west, we look forward. We're focused on the job. My team and I will deliver 100,000 votes. Anybody who wants to join us is welcome.
Ada is not one tribe. It's a hybrid state. It's a hybrid nation. So it is made up of Dangbe, Akan, and Ewe. Predominantly, everybody speaks the Dangbe. But in the Dangbe, it is a little bit different from the Krobo Dangbe.
Okay.
And it's different from the Gan. The Akans who joined the Ewes were warriors. They were already into war. They were the soldiers of the Asante Hini. So part of them are actually from Bantama, like our clan. And then some also from the Dentra. They came together. They were warriors, but they don't want to fight for the Asante Hini anymore. Adans are noted, if you say which tribe in Ghana loves eating kokonte and pepper, raw pepper with tilapia. Have you eaten kokonte with raw pepper?
I haven't even thought about how that would taste.
I just want to give glory to God for this victory. It's a hard-won victory, but it's time to bring everybody on board so that collectively we work to ensure that we bring that 110.
I saw that she gave you a really tight contest. Do you at any point think that you were going to lose the seat to Nana Oyebankwado?
I mean, I knew what we had done. I knew we had engaged the people. I was very confident that we were going to win. But I think she did very well. All I'll say is she did very well.
So what should the constituent expect from you?
A very open member of parliament. We're going to work to bring everybody on board to ensure that we go into 2024 as a united force, to ensure that we break that one term in Adenta constituency.
They've already accused you on a number of issues that we spoke earlier when we met in the afternoon about not meeting some of the things you promised them. What are you going to do different this time around to convince them that you are actually going to work hand in hand with them?
We're going to work a lot closely with them. Everybody said that the real challenge for me was the primaries, and that once I was done with the primaries, the general election was almost a given. So we're all going to work closely together to ensure that for the first time we break this one-term cycle in Adenta constituency.
Any message for your contenders?
Well, I thank them for a good contest. And I'll tell them that they should all come on board so that we work together to ensure that NDC wins power in 2024 and then Adenta retains the seat for NDC as well.
Are you going to work with the candidates who have lost?
Sure. Anybody who knows me knows I'm a very open person. So I'm going to work to bring everybody on board. I'll call her this evening or maybe tomorrow morning, and then we're going to start work together. Well, I thank all of them. In the morning when we spoke, I said to you that I'll sure that the delegates were going to listen. We're going to break that one-term cycle thing, and God being good, we've seen the first step in breaking that one-term cycle, and I'm sure that together we can win this seat. I thank them very much, and for the confidence they reposed in me once again. I'm very grateful. It's not something that I'll take lightly. I thank them so much.
Ada is not one tribe. It's a hybrid state. It's a hybrid nation. So it is made up of Dangwe, Akan, and Ewe. Predominantly, everybody speaks the Dangwe. But in the Dangwe, it is a little bit different from the Krobo Dangwe.
Okay.
And it's different from the Gan. The Akans who joined the Airways were warriors. They were already into war. They were the soldiers of the Asante Hini. So part of them are actually from Bantama, like our clan. And then some also from the Denchra. They came together. They were warriors, but they don't want to fight for the Asante Hini anymore. A dance and noted, if you say which tribe in Ghana loves eating kokonte and pepper, raw pepper with tilapia. Have you eaten kokonte with raw pepper?
I haven't even thought about how that would taste.
I also want to congratulate all the aspirants, both parliamentary and presidential. In fact, these presidential primaries has been one of the keenest in terms of movement and activity and campaigning. And from where I stand, I can attest to the fact that it has delivered dividends to the party. If we had had a sole candidate, I don't think that anybody will spend time going around all the branches and constituencies of this party to speak to them. These elections have demonstrated the supremacy of the foot soldier of the party. And so I want to thank the aspirants very well. I want to thank the foot soldiers. One notable thing that we found has also been that money does not decide who gets the votes in NDC anymore. Because we heard stories about big men, potentially rich men, who could win elections. They all could not win, in spite of their wealth and riches and the stories we heard about what they were threatening.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Predominantly, everybody speaks the Dangwe. But in the Dangwe, it is a little bit different from the Krobo Dangwe.
Okay.
And it's different from the Gan. So each and every word of Adan, you might hear
traces of
Akan or Ewe.
It's been a while we did some history right here on this show, and by popular request we decided to bring it back. So today we are learning all about the people of the Ada traditional area, and their story is one that will surprise you in many ways. My name is Wanda Ami Edwasari. Still the same person, just a slight name change. Anyways, so we'll set the ball rolling after we meet our guest. Come along. This is People and Places. We're at the palace of the paramount Queen Mother of the Ada Traditional Council, and as part of tradition and customs, we had to make some presentations and state the purpose of our visit to the place. We were led by the royal stool prince of the Kabiawe Yumu clan, who played the role of a linguist. At this point, we had stated our mission and been granted the permission to go ahead. So stay with us. We'll be right back to begin our history class. Welcome back. This is still People and Places on GhanaWeb TV. And like I told you before, we are at the palace of the paramount Queen Mother of the Ada traditional area, and I have so many dignitaries here. So to start with, let me introduce the paramount Queen Mother of the Ada traditional area, Nana Kabuko Dagujo Dumale the First. Then to her extreme right is the paramount stool father for Kabiawe Yumu. He is Numo Israel Kate Abram Akwaku. And then to her extreme right is another elder of the stool. He is Ayiku Akwaku. So we have 3 royals sitting in our midst today. Thank you for honoring our invitation and joining People and Places on GhanaWeb TV. Okay, so before we start everything, I'd want us to understand what the name Ada means.
Ada is a short form of Adawalao. Adawalao means brave and courageous warriors. It's an Ewe name.
Okay.
And the people of Ada fought many battles to be able to create the nation or the state called Ada. And the Ewes were people that some of the people they fought with their clans as well. But then the Ewes give them the name Adawalao, means brave and courageous warriors. And the short form is called Ada.
Ada. Adawalao.
Yes.
It's an Ewe word.
Yes.
Okay. So that brings me to the history, the migration story of the Ada people. Can you help us understand where your people come from?
Yes, I like the question because Ada is made up of 3 major different tribes. They are not one tribe that migrated from one place to this place. Rather, the first people to migrate to this place were the Dangme tribe, and they were with other Gadangme people in a place called Lonovo about 700 years ago in the eastern region part of Ghana near the Volta River. Then Lolonvo is also an Ewe name called Love Has Finished. They were together in love with the Ewe, with their clans, and then they break up. So 4 of the clans of the Dangme clan came down southeastward to this place, and they came into a forest called Okohuemi. Oko means pure people.
Okay.
They were priests. They were people who act like the traditional Israeli priests, but the biblical priests. So they came there. They were led by people like Adi, Kole, Lombo. These were hunters and were also fisher folks and traders. Then another clan, the Akans, where myself and my queen comes from, also came later. They were Ashantis and Denchras, and during the Ashanti and the Denchra war, they had an altercation with the king of Ashanti and the Denchra. So they left their own blood people and they were looking for a place to also settle. So they came to meet the Dangbe tribe that I mentioned earlier.
So the first 4 clans which came to the Oko, they were Dangbis.
To the forest, they were Dangbis.
They were Dangbis.
And they were their clans' names Adibiawe, led by Adi.
Okay.
Then you have Tekwebiawe, led by Koli and Tekwe. Then you have Lombo Biawe, led by Lombo. Then you have Dangbe Biawe. And so they came first. Then the Akans came to join them. Akans were led by Kabu to join them in the Okohuim, that is the Oko forest.
Okay, so the Ada group began with 2 separate ethnic groups.
No, when they came, they joined them. Then they came out from the forest, still looking for a bigger place to settle.
The Akan group.
No, they joined the Dangbe. The Akans joined the Dangbe group, and they formed a union. They didn't fight. They realized that they can help each other. So they came out from the forest and they came to Okonguliku in the plains near where the salt is now. And they were there, and then the Ewe also joined them. The first to come was the Kogbo people. And the Kogbo is also an Ewe name called Oko. The Dangbes were called Oko people. So Kogbo means by the Okos. So we are going to settle with the Okos. So we are going to live with the Okos. So the first Ewe came. But there was one Ewe tribe called the Kujragbe clan, who were already by the riverside here on the island. So when Adan came, they also saw them. They were led by one Ahaviache. So they joined them. Then the Ohwewim also joined them. So we have 3 Ewe clans joining the 4 Dangbe clans and then the Akan clan. So formerly it was 5, then we came to 7, then to 8, and now we have 10 clans that form the nation of Adan.
Okay. How many of them are Dangbe, how many are Ewe, and how many are Akan?
4 are Dangbes, 3 are Akans, and 3 are Ewes.
Right.
Yeah.
So at which point did the name Ada come into force? Because all of these clans had different names.
Exactly.
And they all had different leaders.
Yes.
So at which point did the Ewe people give that name to the entire group? And why was it from the Ewes?
When they were at Lonovo, the Dangbes, the Gans and the Dangbes called the Ewes Ohwelihi. Ohweli means friend.
Okay.
So the Gans and the Dangbes called the Ewes their friends. And they've lived all the way from Nigeria to this place. They have been friends. And they call the Akans Ohielihi, meaning here means many, multitudes. So the Gans and the Dangbes call the Akans people who are many. These are the multitudes. So when they break up at Lonovo, there was a little bit of confusion between the Dans and the Dangbes and then the Ewes. And they had one fight in formerly first it was the Cantamanso War in 17th century, 16th century. In that war, the Ewes also fought the opposing side, and the Dans and the Gans became victorious. Then they also had another war, the Glover War, which we call the Tojenya War, which our forefather died in it, Teti Kuranti, whose children we are today died in that war with the Angrons. And that war, the airways called the dance Adawolao. Formerly they were called the Okoli. Then the name changed to Adawolao, the Adan people. And so formerly the Adan people ruled all over the Tongu area, Tefre, Dabala, Bato, Mepe, all those places are subject to the Adan king until later when Gordon Gisbert and Kwame Nkrumah helped to separate those two, political separation. And so the airways, during the war, they gave them those names. So that's what happened. However, some of the wars, the Akans also helped the Adans to fight the airways.
How is it that you were described as a warlike people or warriors, and yet there was a decision to live with two other completely different tribes, and there was no war, there was no fight?
Yes, very interesting. The dance, they I think I have to reveal this. They came based on love. Okay. There is a lagoon here. I believe you all heard about the Songo Lagoon.
Yes.
And it means Swomingo. Swomi means love. Love is sweet. Okay. So formally, that lagoon is called Vapa. There is a reed, some grass called Va, and the Dangbe's name is Vapa. But when the Akans joined them and the Airways, and they realized that let's build a nation based on love, they changed the name of the lagoon, call it Somingo. Today it is Songo. So it was based on love. But the Akans who joined the Airways were warriors. They were already into war. They were the soldiers of the Asante Hini and then the Denchra Hini. So part of them are actually from Bantama, like our clan, and then some also from the Denchra. They came together. They were warriors, but they don't want to fight for the Asante Hini anymore. They wanted to create their own nation. So when they joined the Dangwis, they realized that they can build a nation based on love. And so the Dangwis made them to lead the war. So each and every war that were fought, the leader of the war was the Akans, and they died the most. Okay. So that was how the Airways called them Adawolao, because they fought many wars. One of them who died in the Didome War was called Nene Otumfo. Okay. Yeah, and he died in that war. And then Tete Kuranti Nakwaku, the first, also died in the war at Tojenya in Angron area.
This war was to protect the Dangbis.
Yes, the Airways wanted to take over the whole district to the Greater Accra region. And the Chims and the Akans also didn't want the Airways to come and then get closer. So the Adans are the frontline people, because once you eliminate the Adan and the Dangbe people, you are going to the Akans. So that the Adans are in between the Akans and then the Airways. The Airways. So they were doing most of the fighting.
So it means that you have a very unique relationship with the Akans till date.
Till date.
But I'd like to know, I mean, the viewers would want to know, which particular tribe or group among the Akans, because Akan is the bigger group. Is it the Ashantis? Is it the Akwemus? Which group among the Akans came to join the Dangbis?
Yeah. There have always a debate on that. Others say it's the Akwemus, but the Adans fought the Akwemus, so it could not be the Akwemus. The last war they had, 1821, was with the Akwemus.
Okay.
So it couldn't
have been them.
Couldn't have been. And the names that we have in Adan are Ashanti names. And our forefathers told us we are from Ashanti. However, we realized that there were other Denchra people too who also joined.
Okay.
And so they came together. Names like Sewa, Ohiniwa, Korantin, Ekuyaku, Abraham, Asante, Ankama, and all those Akrofi, and all those are names that are named in Adan today, which are all Akan names, and they are not Ekwemu names. These are Ashanti names.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd also like to know how different is the Dangme group here from the Shais, the people at Pram, the Krobos, the other Dangme groups we know all around Ghana? How different are the Adans?
The Ningo, the Pram, which we call Bubran, then the Krobos, the Shai, all those people. Shai is called Se by people, and Osu. They are all Dangmes. Plus the 4 Adan tribes that are here, they are all Dangmes. But then when they break up at Lolovo, the 4 tribes came southeast here, and then the Akans joined them, then the Ewes joined them. So even though the language spoken here is predominantly Dangme, Adan is not one tribe. It's a hybrid state. It's a hybrid nation. So it is made up of Dangme, Akan, and Ewe. So if the Dangmes in the Adan are the same as the Krobos and every Dangme that you can know, but when they break up, they walk down, and then they have joined with the Akans and then the Ewes, and then they form a nation. So Adan is not a tribe. It is a nation of a hybrid people. And even the language even shows that there are Akan in the language.
Looks like you read my mind, Numu. I was going to talk about language. Being a hybrid nation with 3 different ethnic groups, what language do the people of Adan speak?
Predominantly, everybody speaks the Dangme. But in the Dangme, it is a little bit different from the Krobo Dangme.
Okay.
And it's different from the Gan language. The dance has names that, for instance, if you call Songo, they call Songo Obuade. Now, Songo is a Dangme word. Obuade is a Akan word. Obuade, like this is nature. They have Asafotu Fiam Festival. The festival. The Asafotu is Akan. Asafo or Omututu is Akan. Then Fiami is Dangme. So each and every word of Adan, you might hear
traces of
Akan or Ewe in it.
Okay.
In the morning when you are going to your farm, and Adama will say, Jopo.
Okay.
Now this is Akan. Upwe akohi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Ukohi. Jopo. JJ means Dangme, but Upuyo means Akan. So that's how the language is. It's a hybrid of and Ewe.
So it's not just the people that are a hybrid. The Dangme language has also become hybrid.
Yes.
It means that if anyone from among the Krobos or the Pram Ningo group or the Shais comes here, they might not necessarily understand the Dangme that is spoken here.
No, they will. They understand it perfectly.
Okay.
Even if a Gan person comes, they understand it because the Gandangmes has a relationship with the Akans for a long time ago. And so they understand just that some of the words pronounced here are not pronounced the same in the Krobo area.
Okay.
But the person will put one to one together and they do understand it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Let's talk about the food of the Ada people. What is the most dominant food here? When we say Adans, what food can we liken to the Adan people? Or that is also hybrid? Is it a mixture of Ewe, Akan, and then Dangme?
Yes. Yeah. We were discussing something yesterday and somebody said, because Adan is hybrid, we have so many different kinds of food. Yeah. If you go to other tribes, they might mention only one.
Yes.
But Adan has several food. However, the Adan is the lower basin. In the olden days, the Volta River can flood, and it will take like 2 weeks, 1 month before the water goes back again to East Lane. So the people might not have the chance to go to farms. So they rely more on kokonte. And that one you can store it for a longer period. So Adans are noted, if you say which tribe in Ghana loves eating kokonte and pepper, raw pepper with tilapia. Have you eaten kokonte with raw pepper?
I haven't even thought about how that would taste.
Come this festival. Nana will make sure you enjoy.
It's a big delicacy here.
Yes.
Kokonte with hot pepper.
Hot pepper.
And tilapia. I see.
They also have a food for the kings and the queens and royal. That's which we call the kawikun. The Adan has a lot of crabs.
Okay.
And then the corn with red oil or palm, which you will be watching very soon, how it is prepared.
Yeah.
That's another royal food, very skillful for Adan people.
Okay.
Yeah. And so we have this saying that if the Akans come to Adan, they will eat with their 2 hands.
Okay.
Yeah.
It means the food will be so good.
So good.
They can't use one hand to eat.
You can use one hand to eat. And you have to open the crab with 2 hands.
With 2 hands.
Yeah.
But you mentioned the food with the palm soup.
Yes.
And then the corn flour.
Yeah.
And then the crab.
Yeah.
That's apapansa, right?
Yes.
Is it also called apapansa here?
Yeah. Yes. No, it is called kawikun here, but it's the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah. And you can see the small akan in it. Yeah.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 that are predominant over here.
Please. Adans have bankun and okro.
That's the Ewe element.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
Because I have a little bit of Ewe in me, and I love it. Bankun and okro. We also have bankun and palm soup, bankun and granite soup. We have gari. Adans love to prepare gari too, and then use it for any of the sauce that it's used with. Yeah. And so these are other things. Fufu is also part of Adan's food that they eat. So these are some of the food that people eat.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a lot of food
for
different. One group of people.
Yeah.
So it's not just one staple food. You get variety when you come
Exactly.
here. Okay, that's interesting. I would like to take you back just a little bit. You spoke about the clans. Now, the Adan people have 10 clans made up of 4 Dangme clans, 3 Akans, and 3 Ewes.
Yeah.
Can you break down a little bit for us the different clans and how they operate?
Yes. We have the leader of these 10 clans, which is the 4 Dangme clan. We have the Adibiawe. Then we have the Tekwebiawe. Then we have the Lumbubiawe. And we have the Dangme Biawe. These are the 4 Dangmes. Then we have the 3 Akans. Kabiawe Chuchu. Then Kabiawe Yumu. We are from Kabiawe Yumu. We have 2 royal gates here. It rotates. For now, we have the Kabiawe Yumu. So we have Kabiawe Chuchu, Kabiawe Yumu. Then Kabiawe Pono. Pono means the guards. They guards. Anytime there's war, they are like bodyguards to the other people. The other tribes, clans. Then we have those are the 3 Akans. Then we have the Ewes. We have the Kujiragbe.
Sorry to hold you, but before you go on, the Kabiawe, what does it mean, that word?
That is a very fantastic question. Akan be away. Akan for fear. Kabiawe.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So the Biawe is Dangme.
Be away. Biawe is Dangme.
Okay.
Dangme.
Okay.
So Akan for fear. Akan be away.
Right.
Yeah. And Akan is also to the Dangme. Anything Akan is bravery. Apiokan.
Okay.
They are warriors. They are bravery people. So Akan be away. So the Kabiawe means the Kan's home. These are the Akan people.
Right. Thanks for that clarification. So we can move on to the other clans.
Yeah. So we have the Kujiragbe, as I said earlier. Then we have the Kogbo. Then we have the Okunwe.
Those are the
Ewes, the 3 Ewe clans.
Do those ones have meanings to the Kud?
Yeah, when we, like I said earlier, these are friends. These are the home of our friends. Kujiragbe means that is an island. They are living on the islands, and all these places that we are in, this land belongs to them.
Okay.
So they are the river people. And when their leader, Ahaviache, was crossing from Tongu Gavi side to this place, they say, you are coming to sell your death. You are coming to die. And I say, yes, I'm coming to die. To sell your death to these people. And so he came and he became a great friend, helped our dance during the war.
Right.
And so Kujiragbe means. Then the Kogbo, as I said earlier, we are coming to live with the Oko people, the Dan people.
Right.
So that is the meaning of the names.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the 4 Dange clans.
Yes. Their names were by their leaders, Adi. Adi, this is the children of Adi.
Okay.
Adi Biawe. Then we have Tepe Biawe, the children of Tepe.
Right.
Then we have Lomo Biawe, the children of Lomo. And Dangwe Biawe, Dangwe just means these are the children of the Dangwe people. So that's the meaning of their name.
Okay. We've been speaking to Numo Israel Kate, and he is the stool father of the Kabiawe Yumu stool here in the Adan traditional area. This is getting interesting, but we have to end this episode here. Do well to join us on the next episode of People and Places as we continue to learn about the people of Adan.
I also want to congratulate all the aspirants, both parliamentary and presidential. In fact, these presidential primaries has been one of the keenest in terms of movement and activity and campaigning. And from where I stand, I can attest to the fact that it has delivered dividends to the party. If we had had a sole candidate, I don't think that anybody will spend time going around all the branches and constituencies of this party to speak to them. These elections have demonstrated the supremacy of the foot soldier of the party. And so I want to thank the aspirants very well. I want to thank the foot soldiers. One notable thing that we found has also been that money does not decide who gets the votes in NDC anymore. Because we heard stories about big men, potentially rich men, who could win elections. They all could not win, in spite of their wealth and riches and the stories we heard about what they were threatening.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
My source, my strength, my being. I owe it all to Jesus, and I thank Him for it. To my family, my wife, my 3 lovely kids who prayed for me on Friday morning before I left home and told me to come home with victory. My parents who've stood by me, I'm grateful. To my constituency executives, the 25 out of the 28 who stood with me through thick and thin, I owe them a ton of gratitude. To the branch executives of Ningo Pram Pram, you opened your doors to me. You embraced my message. You rewarded loyalty and hard work. I can only make you one promise, the delegates and people of Ningo Pram Pram. Sam George will work even harder in the next parliament. Our next target is to achieve 100,000 votes for the NDC and John Dramani Mahama in the 2024 elections, and make sure that President Mahama is sworn in at the Black Star Square on the 7th of January 2025. That is the next focus of the constituency, myself and the executives. But I just want to say a big thank you to my delegates. Those of you who interviewed me in the morning, I said to you, they say fear delegates, but I trust my delegates, and they have not let me down, and I will continue to work for them.
One of the things that they've said against you in the past, most of the delegates, is the fact that when they ask you why you're not bringing much development to them, the response you give to them is that your mom is still in the kitchen. You've won with this resounding victory. There's a need for you to extend some sort of olive branch. What is going to be your approach, and also restating to them the role of an MP, because it does appear they do not understand you when you tell them what your role as an MP is?
You must have been speaking to the minority dissenting voices and views. The majority views in Ingo Pram Pram appreciate the work that Sam George is doing as their Member of Parliament, and that's evidenced in the results. Anyone who wants to work with us is welcome, but my team and I are focused. We are well capable and able to work on our own and deliver victory. We've done it before. 4 years ago, they turned their backs on us even after we extended an olive branch to them. They decided not to work with us. 4 years ago, in 2016, they actually preached skirt and blouse after we extended an olive branch to them. For us, our way is forward. We look neither east or west, we look forward. We're focused on the job. My team and I will deliver 100,000 votes. Anybody who wants to join us is welcome.
Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't make one kasa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
I'll be sure it's 6:33. Okay. 6:33. But we'll go on the dot. 6:32. Okay. Hi, thanks for joining us in this episode of Bloggers Forum. My name is Benefo Boabin. You can call me Abrantipa. Today we have comedians on the show as well as a magician. I'm sure you've been attending some of the comedy shows that have been held across the country, in Accra, in Kumasi, Tamale. The last time I saw them in Ho. So we're having a conversation on comedy and magic. Bernard the magician, as the name suggests, Oyim Konya is a magician. Ben, thanks for joining us. What shall I say with the magic, Anna? Okay.
In the spirit, you're welcome. Thanks for the invite.
Kojo PJ is a stand-up comedian, script writer as well. Kojo, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, boss.
And then Jerry, your surname there, forgive me.
Jerry is fine.
Okay, because anytime I try to mention it, me can't quite say. Jerry is also a stand-up comedian. Thanks for joining us on this show. So let me begin with the comedians. A lot of the time, you've heard that people say that Ghanaian comedians are not funny. I mean, those were... No. Hey, Oprio. We are pretty so that mantra had been chorus for a very long time until people began to troop to the venues for your shows. What do you think did the magic? What did you guys do right?
I'm here, the magic. Consistency. You didn't do the magic. Consistency and hard work. Yeah, because when stand-up comedy started for in Ghana, Ghanaians were beginning, but then at the time the Nigerians had advanced a bit, so we're faced with that kind of comparison. Like somebody that has done it for a longer time, and then somebody that is starting, and then they put us on the same scale and started comparing us and bringing us down. But with consistency and work, we got to the point where we also reached that level that they started comparing us to, and now everybody has accepted Ghanaian comedy. Okay, so you think that it was more of you guys not doing more of the shows? No, not. Is that what the consistency is about? Yeah, consistency is the shows. We're doing more shows. Right. And now we even have a comedy club where every week, Thursday, we are there trying new materials. Yeah, and practice makes perfect. So the more you do it, the better you become. And now Jerry, we have more arsenals than before.
Okay. Jerry, that's the same narrative.
Yeah. Apart from our consistency working for us, I think the faith that the Ghanaian audience had in us to come to our shows also worked for us. Because if you keep hearing that a group of boys who call themselves comedians are not funny, I mean, you should believe in them to go to their show and see if it is true, and then you keep attending. You get so consistency on our part, hard work on our part, and then the faith and belief of the Ghanaian audience in us. And we didn't disappoint. I mean, we are still not going to disappoint, back to back.
And I've seen Bernard the Magician at, I think it's only one comedy show that I attended that he hasn't been on. This guy. So how did you come into the picture?
By magic.
He's on the stage. Of course.
Oh, well. Prior to my starting professionally, I had seen the notion around magic in Ghana. In Ghana, movie piano, you see 5 black cars in a convoy. If you hear magic, it's fetish. All these things, and I think I had come across someone do magic, and just once on TV. It's like, okay. Prior to that, my dad also is a magician. Yeah, so he
runs through the family.
Your father is a magician? My father is. In Ghana, but he's not a professional magician, so he does it on the low key. Growing up, I saw him do that, and I felt, once I have that skill. All throughout high school to university, I was doing magic. Someone's birthday party, just random stuff. He said, okay, I was going to Kung Fu first. One of the various avenues I could have used to let people know there is magic in Ghana, there is a magician around, I think was through the comedy avenue. So I think I've worked with them for quite some time now. Yeah, in as much as I create my own part, I believe in the collective efforts, and I wouldn't be able to say my story as a magician without mentioning Ghana comedy having an impact in it.
So what you were saying something?
Someday when he blows, unlike Black Hole, we know who blew him.
What does it take to be a magician? You said your father is. So if I want to be a magician, what do I do?
You wake up, you pray, you sing. I'm lying in this, but to be a magician, so to be a magician, actually, there are various facets of it. First of all, you need to have that innate ability. Let me just oppose it to people who do music. Like, they are naturally born talented musicians. So that's one aspect of it. Personally, I'm ambidextrous. I'm very good with my fingers, like manipulating objects, not what you are thinking.
I know.
Me, I'm not thinking. I don't think.
Then don't think.
I don't think at all.
We are checking ambidextrous.
Let me Google ambidextrous.
Oh, ambidextrous. Someone with two hands. And I solved the Rubik's Cube very fast and trying to shuffle cards.
Maybe ambidextrous. What's not Rubik's Cube?
So naturally, it's something that comes easy to me. That's one aspect of it. That aside, there is the practice aspect of it, where, like any musician, regardless of how good you are, you actually have to practice your work. We know of very good musicians who actually do voice training, have professional voice trainers and stuff. So it's a lot of things. First, you need to have that ability. You need to also practice on it, and you need mentors to help you along that line.
So with what you do, is it a trick? And now you do juju?
Usually, I just leave it to people to decide and judge for themselves. Yeah. As to that is, see, I tell them, a trick. Like, what lie? And yet, then I meet people and I'm like, now there is something behind it. They're like, so it's just up to people. It's an art form. Regardless, I always advocate that people appreciate the art form and not growing up we heard Ronaldinho when he's playing football he calls saints. Not saints so free. So just leave it to people whether you think he's calling saints or he's naturally talented. The end result is he's a good footballer. So that's what magic is for me. I'm not really concerned about how people consider whether it's trickery or it has some supernatural aspect to it.
Have you ever failed on stage?
Failed?
Yes.
Failed.
Yeah.
Because I know for comedians sometimes they can go blank.
Yeah. I'm indomitable. Goodness.
How really?
Many failure.
Indomitable.
And yes, me indomie.
House of Lions.
Well, I barely fail. This is where the natural talent or the natural ability to do magic comes in. There are moments maybe I plan on doing A, it doesn't go as planned, but then I'm able to maneuver my way and do something like C. To me, probably I realized, okay, this was the path I wanted to take. I ended up doing this. To the audience, they feel, wow, that's good. This guy is so superb. So I don't call them failures. I think there are moments I've deviated from what I wanted to do, but also gotten better results in the deviance.
When you are going on stage, does it sometimes appear to you as though there may be someone in the crowd who may want to sabotage your work? Or the night team form
every time. Every time. There are times, there was this one time I performed at the 1,000 and something laughs that series. And there was this guy, he had been telling me for long.
So the one can't tie you.
Yeah, he tied it to you.
Oh, I think I was there.
There is this one.
Yeah.
In a flash.
I was there. Yes.
I don't know where this guy came from. I don't know.
The guy actually tied you, and as soon as the guy turned,
there were blood traces on my from the tension. I felt it was very. I was like, yo, this is to entertain people, not to kill me on stage. So there are people who actually come there to sabotage. And I think it's same for comedians. I've gone for certain comedy shows, then I'll see someone here.
Just why it's one straight, them working their own straight. So how do you guys feel when you are on stage? You think you are doing your best, and the response is not what you expected. Like they are not laughing. They don't find the joke funny.
The trick is find a person that is having a good time and focus on them. Because here's the thing, most of the time, more people are having more fun than just some 3 people who are there. And some people, their sense of humor is funny. I say, Obi wow, what's it? Joke near cannot tell. Ezra, the 9 or I'm not saying do hear any more on but poor show, no, I really enjoy those shows. But you were not laughing. Oh, no, I was laughing. I was stopping. So sometimes, if you are with the wrong meaning, there are some people they just laugh within them. I don't know. But so focus on the person that is really having a good time, turning in their chair now. They don't know.
To what extent would you say Bernard the Magician's act has complemented what you guys do on stage?
Has it complimented?
Oh yeah, I think. Well, in light of comedy, since I usually perform on comedy shows, I tailor my acts to be somehow comical, usually comical. Like even for the moment the guy tied me, in as much as there are improvs, I try to make light-hearted comments alongside. So yeah, I usually, one thing about what I do is I make sure I adapt it to every situation. So there are instances I perform before diplomats, and I'll try to curate whatever speech I give according to that situation. And I've performed magic for a carol service before, and whatever I did was carol service related.
Carol service.
Yeah, it was
being organized by an event organizing firm or a church.
Pediase Valley Resort.
Okay.
They did their carol service, so it was it's a religious thing. And I've also done it at a church before, like someone I had to do something. Regardless, I'm able to.
So what did you do there? Like, what was the performance?
Went to performance.
Yeah.
Raise the dead.
Oh no. I think it was about a certain rope act. Yeah. But regardless, it's the message that follows that match. So yeah, I think it's all about what you want to do. Example, if he's supposed to do a comical act or a comic performance at MTN, I'm not sure he'll be saying things that has to do with military. Definitely they are able to write scripts and stuff that relates to the current.
So
it depends. It depends on what. But usually, for these people, they are so good that they don't go off their situation. So you don't see them giving funeral jokes at weddings, and you won't see them giving how do you call it, football jokes at Ampe.
Yeah, you need to know the audience.
Yes.
Okay.
Point of correction: we don't do Ampe shows.
Maybe a show for girls. I hope that works. PJ, your show is
it's on
13th.
Yeah.
Okay.
This Saturday.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the show.
Yeah.
Who is performing? First of all, why are you organizing the show?
Yeah. So for every stand-up comedian, there comes a time where you need to stage a comedy special. Comedy special is usually 30 minutes, 45 minutes, or 1 hour of jokes that you've written back to back. It is what shows that you've really matured in the comedy game. Yeah, more like an album for a musician, for a comedian, it's a comedy special. Yeah. So if you do that, it means a human why, and I say I'll name why I did. Yeah. So that's the level we've got into. We've matured in the game. We need to do a comedy special to certify that maturity.
At least your response is far better than Efri Akutu, Dr. Efri Akutu. Why do you want to be president? Yeah.
What did you say?
Please, his name is Abante.
So 13th, where is it happening? Who is performing alongside you?
So 13th, the creme de la creme of Ghana comedy. Everybody is going to be on that stage, from Clemento Suarez, who is emceeing. We have Obia Bonsa, Lexi the comic, Jenan Tatia, James Brown, and then when you come to the new age to myself, Jerry will be there, Ojo, Ranzi, Aloes, Papaya, right? And then we have some new young guys coming up, Pamela Bed, Unknown, a comedian called Unknown.
You know
him?
No.
Exactly. So he's unknown.
And when he blows, he changes
sometimes known.
I see. Interesting.
So they will all be there. It's going to be back-to-back comedy and a few musical performances. Kwampa will be passing through. So,
okay. And a week after your show, Bernard the Magician is also having his show. What should we expect?
Don't expect much, because regardless of the expectation you set, I'll break that expectation. So it's up to you. Whether you expect or you don't expect, you leave out with something wild. I think this is the best you would ever see. Outside, they do magic shows and stuff. I think for Ghana, we barely see that. You just see people hop onto other shows like I've been doing for a while now. This time around, I'm going to give a very long presentation in 2 different folds of just complete magic, trust me. I usually think of what I'll be doing that day or that night, and I'm scared. It's very wild. Like, for whatever best magic you've seen me perform, triple it.
You make an elephant vanish.
So, are we seeing other magicians, or is it all about you?
I'm the only magician.
You're the only magician.
Yeah, but then I'm bringing on board a number of other acts. So there is comedy. The MC for the night is Clemento Suarez, and they can actors. That guy has been supportive, not just to magicians and even not just to comedians and magicians. I think some musicians he pushed. So he's the MC for the night. There is Obian Ponsa and DKB doing the comedy. Then when I'm bringing spoken word artists, so Rhyme Sonny and Jeffrey Norte, they'll be doing spoken word. Then we have for music, Bogo Blee. I don't know if you've heard.
Mambo Goble.
Yeah. So he'll be.
Ezam Matri. Maria Marie.
Yeah. Then the final musician is there is Soul Street. It's an a cappella group.
Okay.
They are very good. And Kwabna. It's going to be an exploration of various emotions. You are going to laugh, you might cry a little bit, you feel emotional, you are going to fall in love. Yeah, don't worry, some of the acts, trust me.
So, outside the box by Kojo is happening at the Snap Cinema. Okay.
So the magic industry, you don't have like upcoming magicians?
Well, I've seen a couple of people do magic, like card tricks and stuff. But you know, when we are doing stage magic, it's a lot different from personal one.
Yeah.
So what I'll do on an interview, close up, one-on-one, let's say for an audience of 20, I wouldn't do the same thing in a stadium, right? And I think that's the challenge I'm having with most of these people coming up. They are just so focused on the normal tricks they learn on YouTube and stuff, to the extent that what I do, they are not able to do. So that's the challenge. Until I find out that people are able to do stage stuff, then I would invite them.
Okay. So outside the box by Kojo PJ is happening at the Snap Cinema. 13th. 7 o'clock. 6:30.
33 p.m. 6:33.
I'll be sure it's 6:33.
Only 6:33 was 7. And today we are more 6:30.
But we go on the dot.
6:31. 6:32.
Okay. So 6:33.
So we are also giving them
6:33. Okay. Bernard, where is yours happening?
6:34. Association International School. My time is 6:23 p.m. Like,
thank you.
Oh no, it's a magic show. You don't.
Okay.
Let's give the underground.
Okay.
Yeah, underground
numbers.
Platform. So,
okay.
6:23 p.m. Association International Airport Residential.
Okay.
I think that 6:23 is when I would appear on stage. So it's not that's when the program starts, but that's when I appear on stage.
Okay.
There will be opening acts and conversations. So if you are going to come, make sure you are seated before 6 p.m. And trust me, I'm sure I'll shock people. I'll be waiting to do last minute stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so are you going to shock us now?
Oh, if you want me to shock you, I can.
Right. Let's do something.
Please bring the electrical cables.
Let's do something and then we bring. Oh, bring it. Bra short ni mo enyeshi. And I'm more farmer Kesse no Kesse farmer. Oh, the Kesse.
This one or something else? Okay, come on.
Can you come? Kesse, please come.
Yeah, you can come.
So Kesse is coming. Let's see. Kesse, come. Don't worry.
Don't be shy, okay?
Minstrel. Where? So direct where he should stand.
Okay.
He just needs to face one of our cameras.
Okay. Then stand here so the camera. Yes. I'm going to do this with. There's the jokers. Oh, I don't have the jokers here because they decided not to come. It's fine. Let me set these apart and use the jokers from here. That's to even tell you something else. I just need 2 jokers. Let me use the black ones here. So kindly hold this for me. We can set them apart. It's not funny. So real quick. Yes. Say stop wherever I want. Stop. Pick it and don't let me see. Show it to the camera.
Has he shown it to the camera?
Oh, show it to the camera. Have you seen it? Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Just bring it. It's no problem. Hey, Asemo. Sabotage. First, would you want to shuffle or it's just fine?
Let me shuffle.
It's a shuffle. Yeah, ordinary for
Mama a drum roll.
Pampara. Drum roll.
Trumpet roll. Say a drumming, we are about trumpet.
Trumpet. We are also about trumpet.
Kesse.
Yeah.
I'm going to do this. How many should I do? Just 1 or 2?
2.
2.
Yes.
Okay. So, Kesse, you remember your card?
I
not
do
sure
remember it.
Okay. I'm not sure it's this one. But anyways, I'm going to use the 2 jokers, right, to help trace your card. Do you think they can find your card?
Just do it.
Okay. So it's not about the jokers per se. It's about how they are able to locate cards. Open your hand, and place this and place the other hand on top of it this way. Then keep it that way. Now it's your turn, right? Say stop wherever you want.
Okay. I should look at it. Okay.
I'm coming. Let's start again. Say stop wherever you want.
Stop.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let me land here, and hopefully this was Kesse's card.
No.
It wasn't.
It wasn't
it was
this.
Somehow closer to or this. No, it has to do with. You should try and get me the card so we do something with it.
Let me find his card.
Yeah, remove his card for me.
No, but it was something like that.
You remember his card?
Yeah, I remember.
Wow.
See, you saw it.
No, you let him check.
Let me check.
No.
No, I saw.
What was the card?
I remember.
I saw it.
Alright.
I know.
You know.
Yeah.
And it's not here.
No, it's not
Okay,
here.
it's for a reason, because I mentioned that the jokers will find the cards, and before we started, we were holding the jokers. I don't know how it happens. It should be trapped in between the 2 jokers.
He doesn't want to say again. That's it, actually. Hey. Hey.
It happens that way.
But I'm confused. I don't get it.
All right, thank you for your time, and we'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll talk with Kesse. It's eForum on GhanaWeb TV.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa.
Ever goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. You're still watching eForum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. And next is the man Kesse. Or what's signature and go and say PDB or
Kesse baby.
And also free here.
It's a trademark.
Okay. Like I want to know how that came to mind. The PDB
during Azunto Fiesta.
Okay.
I remember sending me what Peter's boots in him. So I was just singing before the "Ow" came. I'm like, okay, let's do something before that came. So 1, 2, beep beep ow, and that is where I got it.
Okay. We is a comedians in your because now we referee. Time I should do to Then now Lexi the comic. How can you're correct. But anyway, thanks for coming. So the last time I heard of you. Now, Waswishi from secular to gospel.
Yes.
And for those who may not be aware, what accounted for that?
Well, I won't say Ubia on a destiny. And before you really find your destiny, you definitely have to, be roaming about. And when the right time comes, definitely, a appointed time. You can never, run away from it. So it's an encounter. It's a personal encounter. Aside that, too, I was, when I was a kid, having prophecies and all that, like dream confirmations, and this is the real time. So I just have to, so I just have to, leave everything behind it and do what I was really called to do.
Okay. Would you say that your decision has actually been benefited you in any way? Has it been beneficial? Do you feel proud of the decision at this point?
I must say I'm more than proud, because there's this inner beauty, this inner joy chain the previous Kesse. You see, I mean, the mic account also is my Kesse.
Okay.
And I feel I must start it. It's like 4 to 5 years. You can't compare it to the previous one. So I'm happy within it, and I'm doing my best.
Okay. I'm asking that because also Uja is secular no to gospel no. Minim okote kakra. Minim diema okote.
Yeah, I have to, because there's this one great story about eagles. When they attain this higher age of like between 30 to 33, they feel weak, their beaks fall down, their feathers eat by itself, and they have to go and hide in the wilderness, and grow their beaks back, grow their claws back. So when they come out, that is where the Bible says, those that wait upon the Lord
shall renew their strength
like a mount up high like the eagle. So I had to, go back, really learn, focus, train myself, and then bounce back again.
I see. Would you say you've given your all to God?
Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
So you've stopped all the other stuff that you were doing when you were in the world?
You must be a prophet, because this recent single I released, there's a same line that you just said. You just say you've given your all.
Yeah.
You get it. You must be a prophet.
I see. What were you doing at the time that you were not proud of?
Well, everybody has a past, and the most important thing is you are moving on. We move on. We do what is best for ourselves. It's not about mentioning a whole lot of things and all that. We are just thinking about the new me and moving on with it.
What would you say has been the contribution of your church to your craft? We've seen people who have, moved from secular to gospel. Nkofo measure omo performance na omo say ewo form. Ebi mo akọ and oma back. And there is this notion that the church or the Christendom and support it when you move from the secular to the gospel, fraternity. Has that been the case for you? What has been the contribution of your church and then the people around you?
I'll talk for myself.
Okay.
Because for my church, as an example, BH or Believers Home of Life, they've really supported me since I joined them. And I think the key point here is if you're doing something for God, church almost anybody. If you depend on them too much, they'll fail you. Know that the first ultimate goal is God, and after that, then you come think about them. And for a show, we say, oh, my church has to support me. They don't have to support me. You are there to serve. You are there to worship God. When they support you, fine. If they don't, find yourself out and do whatever you want to do. And me, for my sake, I will say my church has really been supportive.
Do you miss your past?
I don't miss my past. Anytime I remember my past, I just smile and laugh, and I'm like, hey, this guy. Especially, there's this song, I've forgotten about it. There was this crazy lyrics that I wrote, and I'm like, anytime I hear it, I'm like, hey, I call you, stop home. I say, how to make sure always me. Sometimes when I remember, I just smile and I just laugh and I just.
That means lyrics ni be an outro back then. You were not proud of it.
Oh, Sam.
So, what motivated you to write those lyrics?
I think I was just enjoying. I was just going with the flow. Yeah.
I see.
I was just going with the flow.
So would you perform any of the songs that we recorded those days? Because Lord Kenya, for instance, or can say Obenya and DJs enya nyumna or 2 years back then, and son obe sakran Obenya and Kenyumni being komunyai, but say Sikam Pumfan home any drivers to those are good songs, so that I know the unbeatable. What's the case for you?
For me, no. You see, you can't stop anything that has already been posted on the internet. You cannot stop them. For me, I always talk for myself. I just leave them to do whatever they want to do with it. I feel most of my songs, they weren't that profane. They're like any bats are just that 1 or 2. But to see I know Marisha Foniamamu, and I'm going with the good news now. And the next thing too is it will depend. To say right here, you tell me to do a freestyle of my old song, I can do it. But to be on stage, like perform like 3-5 minutes or 3-4 songs of mine, then it means I'm still bringing my past into my future.
What's your perception about secular music now? What's your perception?
There's one thing that most people are getting wrong here. We are all in the secular world.
Okay.
And when it comes to secular music, there are different categories. If you put gospel aside, there are different categories. There are songs that promote violence. There are songs that promote drugs, promote sex, and promote all that. And there are songs that also inspire us. And you want to share in crime. So the question is, what are you listening to? Because music is a spirit. The more you, and it's something that does not ask permission from you until it enters you. It enters straight, don't beside permission. So you have to choose what you are listening to.
Assuming I had a song with you, we didn't release it. At this time, what would be your stance?
Yeah,
I have a song with Kesse. We have not released it. We didn't release it, and then I go to the gospel side.
Yeah.
What should I do with that song?
And the song wasn't a gospel song.
Yes, it wasn't a gospel song.
And you want to release it?
In case so now I have the song. What should I do?
Okay, so why didn't you release it until you waited till I'm no more doing it?
Maybe it wasn't.
Yeah. One guy called me like that, and I told him, said, I know to do again. So why did now tennis here? And this is the time you want to release.
Na say so ko sakra wa moya mane. E bia da na mi ba be release na yese Kesse asakra. And you
well, I'll tell you not to do it. So if you go ahead and do it, I'm leading my part.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all. That's what you do. You just tell the person.
I'll let you know. So don't do it.
Okay.
I don't want you to.
So what if I do it?
The way I'll say it, you will not do it.
How will you say it?
Ubusuru.
Miss Rose, say let's talk about your new one, your new song. What's the title of the song?
Amazing Love.
Amazing Love. Yeah. Okay. I get the message. Yeah, so take us through the making of the song. Did you write it whilst you were in the world?
No.
It was later.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So around the time you were writing the song, what was running through your head?
It's a great inspiration. Like we've been there before. Even now we keep on messing up with God, but He still loves us. He sent His begotten Son Jesus Christ to die for our sins, and He still opens His arms. Even when we miss it, He's ever ready to hug us and then love us to eternity. So I was there and I'm like, oh, this is a great inspiration. Let me put some melody to it and then spread it out to the world, to let the world know the kind of love God has for us. Yeah.
I see. Right. So that's a single.
That's a single.
Is it a project on an album or?
It's a project on an album.
On an album. Okay, right. So it's out already.
It's out already.
Do you have a video?
I have a video too.
Okay, who shot?
I produced it myself.
You produce it? When did you start production?
even before mentor, so 18 years.
About so what
mentor crash. I think mentor is 16 years now.
Yeah.
Prophet Fame too is 14 years now.
We're drying. I see. Right. So you've shot the video. The single is out. The album is supposed to be out when? We've not set the date yet. Okay. Are you doing things on your own, or you have a management?
I have a management, Jim. Record. Yeah.
It's a record label.
Yes, it's a record.
Okay. All right. So we are ending. If there is any other thing you want to tell your fans out there, and then we call it a show.
I just want to say a very big thank you to God and my manager Jim P, and to my fans supporting me right from Mentor to Project Fame and until now. And they should keep on supporting the Kesse brand. My social media handles, Facebook is Mike Kesse, YouTube is Mike Kesse, and Instagram is @official Kesse GH. The same things too for Twitter.
Okay, right. So that's Kesse. He's out with a new song. The title again.
I was far, and your love has drawn me nearer to you. And your love and your grace has made everything around me new. Oh Lord, I give my all to you. The title is Amazing Love. Go check it out, PDP.
Bernard the Magician and now orgasm. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching this episode of eForum. We'll meet some other time with yet another riveting conversation on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
I just said if no student apply, the money go back to government. Okay, it's conditional. So we are saying the same thing.
Yes.
Great, let's move forward. Paragraph 745, APAC.
Thank you, Chairman. Greetings from Bulsa South.
You
Chairman, the issue at
didn't
hand.
go to any election. You went unopposed. So,
Mr. Chairman, I have other obligations besides elections. Greetings from Bulsa South. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman is harassing me. On competitive procurement. Apparently, you procure some frozen fish at a cost of 56,120 Ghana cedis. Corresponding PV is 28. But according to the auditors, you did this without a competitive price quotation from other suppliers or contractors. The auditors have recommended that you comply with the laws and regulations pertaining to procurement. Mr. Chairman, this is a procurement issue. The auditors have only made a recommendation. I therefore leave it to your direction.
All right. Considering the amount involved, we don't have any option than to refer you for prosecution by the Attorney General. It's a frozen fish. These are not kotomle that you bought from the farmers. So, Clerk, we are referring them to the Attorney General.
Thank you, Chairman.
So that will be all for Advanced Senior High. You are discharged. Achimota.
Thank you.
Achimota Senior High. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. My name is Ebenezer Akwa, Headmaster, Chimoda School.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair. My name is Kwame Safo, Accountant.
All right, you have two issues. The first one is on earned salary. At Chimota Senior High, there was one staff who was paid 3,198 Ghana cedis, 41 pesos, for no work done. So the auditors have recommended that the heads of the schools and the accountants should recover the money from this staff. So has the recovery been made in case of your school? Come again.
It's been done.
Okay. Can auditors confirm that the recovery was done?
Honorable Chair, the total amount has been recovered and paid to the Auditor General's recoveries account. Thank you.
Thank you. Paragraph 759, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At Chimota School, 161 students of yours who completed in 2019-2020 academic year failed to return 688 SHS core textbooks. You were directed as a result of this audit to initiate steps to retrieve these books, or the headmaster and storekeeper be held liable for the amount involved. And the amount involved here is 20,640. What is the status of this situation?
Honorable, the amount has been recovered and paid into Education Sector Support, CRDD account.
Please, was it full amount or some books were returned and some paid?
Some books were returned. And the amount paid into that account is 8,642. But the rest, they returned the books.
Auditors, can you confirm this?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Mr. Chairman, that should be all for them. But Achimota, how the trees we planted in memory of late former president doing?
They are doing well.
They are doing well.
They are doing well, okay.
And I even learned they want to extend the plantation.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so that'll be all for Achimota. Thank you for coming. You are discharged. Osudoku. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
I'm Christina Ejei, Headmistress, Osudoku Senior High Technical School.
Gabriel Okindo Soropo, accountant of Osodoku Senior High.
Are you from Soropo, Kofa?
Yes, please, sir.
Oh, who is that laughing at the back like that? Soropo, Kofa is in Akachi North districts.
This one from K2 South.
Oh, this one from Kedu South?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I don't know of that one.
Abozuma.
Abozuma, okay. I don't know of that one. I know the one near Heavy. Yeah. All right, so paragraph 726, Honorable Sophia.
Paragraph 726. It has to do with student indebtedness. Student indebtedness. 726. And number 5, it states that Osudoku Senior High Technical School, number of students is 30 now. Indebtedness is 12,050. The auditors recommend that the institutions involved to intensify their fees collection drive to reduce student indebtedness to the barest minimum. Have you complied to this recommendation, please?
Honorable Chair, thank you. Yes, the management has managed to collect 7,402 series 50 pesos from the student as and when they come for their results, certificate and testimonial, leaving 4,647 series 63 pesos as at 8 May 2023.
So when do you hope they will finish paying the rest?
As and when they come for their certificates and testimonial, we ask them to pay before we issue them to them.
Auditors, please, can you confirm if this payment has been done and if they are complying to payment?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm the total amount, an amount of 8,990, leaving a balance of 3,060.13. Thank you.
Chairman, I think Chairman, yeah, done, please.
Let's move to the next one. Paragraph 754. Honorable Ajay Watson.
Thank you, Chairman. Osudoku Senior High Technical. This infraction has to do with rent and utility defaulters. 26 of your staff are defaulted in payment of rent and utilities, amounting to 31,559.00. The other recommendation was to the effect that, one, you collect those monies and put in place measures to ensure that these problems do not reoccur. So what have you done? Have you been able to recover the monies?
Honorable Chair, thank you. 27,677 series have been collected from the said amount, leaving a balance of 3,822 series.
So what efforts are in place to recover the rest?
Actually, the rent defaulters were invited by Yoko. So they give them later, give them the account to pay in and submit the receipt to them. So as at 8th May 2023, that was the record given to us from the outfit. So still, the other people will go and pay the balance.
Auditors, can you confirm the payment of the amount so stated?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that 27,677 Ghana cedis has been paid. Thank you.
Chairman, it's Yoko that is working to retrieve those monies. So as and when they get the monies, they get a report.
All right, so that'll be all for Osudoku. You are discharged. Let's have Ningo.
Thank you, sir.
Ningo Senior High. And kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, I'm Rachel Kofi, the headmistress of Ningo Senior High Technical School. Thank you.
I am Feriko Usu, the accountant of Ningo Senior High School.
All right, so your first infraction is that 202 students owe the school a total of 51,533.66. The recommendation is to recover the money. Have you?
Chairman, so far 16,579 Ghana cedi has been recovered from the student, leaving an amount of 34,953 Ghana cedis.
Auditors, can you confirm the recovery of the 16,000 plus?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
So continue with the measure. Is the same measure, waiting for the student to come. Is that not what you are using?
Yes, please.
The next infraction is paragraph 742, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ningo SHS, unpaid obligations. The auditors observed that you owed suppliers and students to suppliers 209,967 Ghana cedi, to students 1,809 cedis. And the recommendation was that management should endeavor to honor their obligations when they fall due. What is the status of this indebtedness now? Have you paid? Is there any legal issues against you? Can you?
So far, as at 8 May, 32,953 Ghana cedi is still outstanding. Thank you.
Against who specifically? Have you paid that of the students? Is the 32,000 against the other suppliers or?
The students, as and when they apply for their refund, then we give them to them.
So let's know, how much have you paid to the students? It's 1,809. How much?
None, please, none.
None has applied for?
Yes, please.
It looks like there's a trend. Maybe they don't even know. Auditors, can you confirm these payments?
Honorable Chair, none has been paid.
Which one? For the student, they have not refunded the money.
Yes.
What of the suppliers?
What of the suppliers?
The suppliers, they still owe 32,953 Ghana cedis, 0.05.
Okay, so you must work quickly. Are these suppliers still supplying you some of the services that they rendered or the goods they They are still supplying you?
Yes, please. Yes,
and
please.
are you still indebted to them aside these old ones?
No.
Are you paying them
Yes,
regularly as and when it's due?
Yes, please.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, well, there's still
All
so
right.
little outstanding, but now they are regular in terms of their payment.
These people they might be good suppliers. You owe them this money for 3 years now, haven't finished paying, but they still supply you. Anyway, what do they supply now to the school?
Stationaries.
Stationary, okay. So that'll be all for Ningo. You are
Thank you so
discharged.
much, Mr. Chairman.
Laboni. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee. I can see you.
I am Rejoice Akua Akolo, headmistress, Laboni Senior High School.
Oh, okay.
I am Joseph Kwame Mensah, the accountant of Laboni Senior High School.
Your school owes, that's the staff of the school, 35 of them in number. They owe rent and utility to the tune of $43,118.80. You have to recover the money from the staff. Have they paid the money to the school?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As at 8 May, we've been able to retrieve 31,635 cedis, 80 pesos, leaving an outstanding balance of 11,483 Ghana cedis for them to pay. So we are still pursuing them to pay the outstanding balance. Thank you.
Okay. Auditors, can you confirm the recovery of 30, is it 34 or?
31,000.
31,000. Can you confirm this?
Honorable Chair, an amount of 31,635.80 has been recovered, leaving a balance of 11,483. Thank you.
All right, so we'll encourage you to continue to recover the money. It's paragraph 754. So continue and recover the balance. Okay, that'll be all for you, your discharge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Accra Academy. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Emmanuel Ofwe Fiamaro, Headmaster, Accra Academy.
Honorable Chair, Godwin Atayebwa is my name, the accountant of Accra Academy.
Accra Academy, your infraction is uncompetitive procurement. And for your school, you procure paints and also this on repair works. And the total amount involved is 47,014 cedis. But you didn't do it in accordance with section 43 of the Act, that you should at least get some minimum quotation of 3. So considering the amount involved, we are going to refer you to the Attorney General. So you go and explain why you did that. Because it's a violation of the procurement law. But make sure that subsequent procurement, make sure you go in accordance with the law. But for this one, we are referring you to the Attorney General.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Well noted.
You are discharged. So, clerk, take note. Wesley Grammar. Kindly introduce yourself.
Honorable Chair, my name is Barbara Juliet Tichua Thompson, Headmistress of Wesley Grammar Senior High School.
Honorable Chair, my name is Adwa Debra Akumeni, Accountant, Wesley Grammar School.
All right, so you have 3 issues. No, 2. No, there are 3, sorry. The first one, paragraph 734, Honorable Isaac.
Wesley Grammar, you made payments to third parties using cash instead of either cross checks or bank transfers, as the law requires. And the recommendation is that for subsequent payments, you should ensure that you use cross-check or bank transfers. Are you complying with this directive?
Honorable Chair, yes, please.
Auditors, is that the case? Honorable Chair, subsequently checks are being used instead of cash payments. Thank you. Chairman, they are complying, so we can move forward.
Paragraph 749, Honorable Sophia.
On end salaries and Wesley Grammar, number of staff is 2 and the amount is 10,159.10. The recommendation is that accountant of the institution should recover the total amount from the staff or their next of kin or the validators whose negligence caused the lapse. Have you recovered the money?
No, please.
Why?
Please, the staff concerned are out of the country, and all effort to get them has failed.
How about the next of kin?
The next of kin, they traveled with them, so we will not be able to.
All the family members?
No, when they fill their forms, they select a person to be contacted if there was any problem. That's the next of kin. So those people whose numbers are with us, we contacted them, but we couldn't get them.
Then how about the validators?
The validators, we did not validate them. We said they should discontinue paying them, but the controller went ahead to pay them.
Okay, Chairman, I think I leave it to you.
So there is a gap, there is a time lag between when you validate or if you do not validate a person, how controller gets to know that this person is not validated. There is a time lag there.
Honorable Chair, the validation hierarchy, we would do it,
yes,
and the controller is the last to validate,
yes,
and pay.
Yes.
Our PVs, we did not validate. We said they should discontinue.
Yes. Yeah, so if you did not validate them, you said they should discontinue paying them, but the controller went ahead and paid. I'm saying that there is that time lag, because if you did not validate, controller is the last person to must use that document to know that you did not validate these people. So if they went ahead and paid them, it means that either the information did not get to them by the time the payment was made, or the information got to them, but they went ahead and paid them. This is what I'm trying to say, that we need to resolve that issue. Because if you did not validate the people and the controller went ahead and paid, what should be the reason for controller to pay them if they have not been validated? So either the controller, they don't even use your document, or they see it, but somebody is ignoring whatever you do. Now, the system auditors, the validation, is it done on the platform, on the IPPD system, or is it documents like a hard copy for which the validators will validate and forward to Accra?
What normally happens is that at the time of validation, there's a system that they will forward it to every unit to validate. Then after, you also forward it back to controller, who will do the final validation before the payment. So
Yeah,
that's what normally happens.
Yeah, what I want to know is that, are all these done electronically?
Yes, it's done electronically.
So when they sit at the management unit in the school and they did not validate somebody, controller should see it in Accra.
Yes.
That Mr. A or teacher B has not been validated.
Yes.
So why should they go ahead and pay the person?
Honorable Chair, I can say for a fact that sometimes it happens.
Yeah, so that is what we want to find out. What might be the reason why, if the person is not validated, yet controller will go ahead and pay?
Honorable Chair, this is a controller issue.
Yes, yes. So Clark, take note of that. Let's look at that and see that this is something we have observed. That when management units, if they don't validate employees for which controller should not pay them, we have noticed that controller still go ahead and pay them. So we can't get this money back because the people have run to another country with their next of kins. Paragraph 754. Ajay, go ahead.
That's Wesley Grammar. Is it Wesley Grammar? Okay. So Wesley Grammar, the infraction is rent/utility defaulters. And in your particular case, 18 members of staff, and they owe a total amount of 25,915. The auditors recommended that you recover the entire amount from the staff. Have you been able to recover those monies?
Yes, please.
All of it?
Yes, please.
All right. So what measures have you put in place to ensure that we don't go back to this situation?
Please, we have asked the staff to give us standing orders. So now it is paid through the bank.
Auditors, can you confirm the recovery of those monies?
Honorable Chair, confirmed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That'll be all for Wesley Glamour, your discharge. Presby SHS Tama. Presby. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is George Kweku Ankuma, Headmaster for Presbyterian Senior High, Tema.
And I'm Stephen Tingbont Japion, Accountant of Presbyterian Senior High School, Tema.
Okay. Paragraph 749, ranking.
Presbyterian Senior High School, Tema. You have 2 staff with an end salary of 39,600 and 2 cedis, 85 pesos. Have you been able to recover these salaries?
Honorable Chair, please I'll ask my accountant to react to it. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair, Etel Mamata was recruited to our school and later reposted to Orali Secondary. Mod Ado was a staff there and was finally reposted to Shawo Sudoku as PE coordinator. So they were not really, it's not really an enhanced salary, but they are, as we speak now, they are still with the service in GS. So we validated them as unknown. That is how come this was captured.
You validated them as unknown?
Yes, please.
Why do you say that?
Because they were transferred.
But they are not unknown.
Yes, so normally when they are, that's what we do, so that at their
is that a technical term?
Station, they validate them as missing so that they can be paid.
Okay. But auditors, were you able to trace them to their new stations?
Honorable Chair, yes, but unfortunately, at the time of the audit, this information was not made available, but later we realized that they are still at post.
So you are
it's
satisfied?
actually not on end salary.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
So that'll be all for Presby SHS Tema, your discharge.
Honorable, thank you very much.
Accra Girls. It's you again. 474. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you, sir. My name is Giftiando, Headmistress of Accra Girls Senior High School.
I'm Seth Von D, the accountant.
All right, so paragraph 745, ranking.
Yeah, Accra Girls Senior High School procured electrical and science lab equipment, 17,676 cedis, 30 pesos, without following the procurement law. The recommendation is that they should follow the procurement law and should also be sanctioned under Section 51 of Act 914. So, Chairman, I leave the rest to your judgment.
Accra Girls, we are discharging you but make sure you follow the law. Okay? You are discharged.
This Mother's Day present.
Chemu SHS. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Vicentia Tre Enin Eje, Headmistress of Chemu Senior High Technical School.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Edith Oche, Accountant, Chemu Senior High.
So you have an infraction, 3 of them. The first one is paragraph 729, and the infraction is unaccounted revenue, into bracket, sale of transcripts, testimonial, and clearance forms. And the amount involved is 11,974 Ghana cedis. Now, the auditors are saying that the record book kept by Madam Theodora Salakbi of Chemu Senior High failed to account for this amount I've mentioned. And so, Madam Salakbi indicated she handed over the money to the the headmaster, and his assistant upon their instructions. The auditors could therefore not confirm how this money were utilized. As a result, the school was denying the benefit of this money. They are therefore recommending that the headmaster and assistant headmaster should jointly refund the money to the school, as the 2 officers refunded the money to the school.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the money, the unaccounted revenue was used for recurrent expenditure for the school. The school roofing, about 6 of the classroom was leaking. So we used that money to re-roof the classrooms, and the receipts and the document has been submitted to the auditors for their verification.
Can auditors confirm that they actually utilized the money in the interest of the school?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that. Thank you.
All right, let's go to paragraph 749. Honorable Isaac.
Thank you, Chairman. Paragraph 749 is about unearned salary. Chiemu, you unduly paid 11,103.29 Ghana cedis to 3 separated staff as unearned salaries. The recommendation is that you should recover the said amount from the separated staff or their next of kin. Has that been complied with?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. There were 3 people involved. One of them was due for compulsory retirement from January to June, and therefore that person was supposed to receive the salary. So we have given the indication to the auditors. We've proved it to the auditors. And the 2 of them, Yoko has taken over the investigations. So all their files and their document has been sent to Yoko. And we have also sent the indication to the auditors for their verification. Thank you, sir.
Why were you encountering challenges? Why did you refer that to Yoko?
They've traveled. We called the next of kins, and they were not responding. So Yoko took over the investigation.
Have you given evidence of all that to the auditors?
Yes, please.
With respect to the first staff and then the other two, you've given
Yes, please.
auditors, are you able to confirm?
Yes, Honorable, we have all the documentation to that effect. Thank you.
Chairman, we are good to go.
Now let's go to the last one for Chemu, paragraph 754, Honorable Sophia.
You have rent or utility defaulters. Chemu, Senior High Secondary, Tema. Number of staff is 8, and the total amount is 8,250. Please, have you recovered the money?
Yes, Chair. All the money has been retrieved, and the receipt has been submitted to the auditors, and they have verified.
Auditors, please, can you?
Honorable Chair, the total amount has been recovered. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Chairman Senior High, you are discharged.
Thank you very much, sir.
I nearly
Thank
discovered
you.
you. So, St. Mary's. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, I'm Philomena Uswansa, Headmistress of St. Mary's Senior High School.
I am Anthony Mensah, the accountant of St. Mary's Senior High School.
All right, you're welcome. Paragraph 734, Deputy Ranking.
Thank you very much, Chairman. St. Mary's, this has to do with some cash payments to third parties instead of the usual cross-check that you are supposed to issue. We realized from the audit report that you issued some 17 PVs totaling 48,678.20 physical cash without going through the cross-check as stipulated by Regulation 83 of the Public Financial Management Regulations. First, I want to find out from, because the auditors explained that you claim that the affected suppliers had challenges with their bankers, hence the need to dispense cash. First, I want to find out, is that the normal practice now? I mean,
Honorable Chair, no. It is not the current practice.
so you have regularized the issuance of check.
Yes, please.
All right. Auditors, are you able to confirm?
Honorable Chair, subsequently, checks are being used instead of cash payment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Chairman.
So that'll be all for St. Mary's, your discharge.
Thank you, Honorable.
Now, boom, community. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Ebo Kwansan Edenu, Headmaster, Community Senior High School.
Honorable Chair, my name is Edmond Annan, the accountant of Pong Community SHS, please.
All right, so you go to paragraph 754, ranking member will take it.
Yeah, thank you. Committee, the SHS. 10 staff owed 75,536 cedis and 93 pesos for rent and utility bills. And
auditors recommend that you should ensure that these rents, utility bills are recovered. Have they been recovered from the staff?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Please, when the auditors came, they used 10% of the glossary of the 10 rent defaulters, of which the board of the school had approved 100 Ghana cedis for the flat. So, as at the time they came for the audit, using what the board had approved, the arrears was 16,050 Ghana cedis, out of which we've been able to recover 14,250, leaving an outstanding balance of 1,800, please. Thank you.
So the 1,800 has been outstanding for 3 years, right?
No, please.
You say as at the time that they came, you have recovered 14,000 out of the 16,000.
Please, that is as at currently.
Currently?
That's the current situation.
Okay, okay, the current situation.
Yes, please, thank you.
Okay. Strengthen your efforts to recover the rest. Chairman.
That'll be all for Bon Community Senior High, your discharge. Ashaman SHS. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, my name is Jimai Makwashi, Headmistress of Ashaiman SHS.
I'm Eugene Tamobidenli, the accountant of Ashama SHS. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Paragraph 759, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Madam Headmistress, 237 students of yours who completed in 2019-2020 academic year failed to return 718 books, whose total cost is 21,540 Ghana cedi. The recommendation was for you to get these students to return these books immediately, or in default, you and the storekeeper be held liable for the amount as mentioned against that item. What has happened to this recommendation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So far, we've been able to retrieve an amount of 750 Ghana cedis, leaving a balance of 20,790. And as and when the students come to clear themselves for their certificate and testimonial, the rest will be retrieved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You said you've retrieved how much?
750 Ghana cedis.
750 Ghana cedis. And it's left with how much?
20,790.
Was this just, but what about the books? No student has returned any book.
So far, 16 books has been returned. So
But
it's not part of the costing here.
It's not part of the costing.
Yes, please.
So if you deduct that one also, you would have gotten an amount a bit higher than.
To be around 1,230.
Why? Your students don't come for testimonial and their certificates or what?
Mr. Chairman, it depends on the resource. So if
Mr. Accountant, are you in charge of academic affairs? How do you know?
Mr. Chairman, normally when we prepare budget for region, we attach resource analysis to it, so you can see from the budget yearly. Thank you.
Auditors, can you confirm the amount claimed as retrieved? That's 700 and something and 16 books.
Honorable Chair, we can confirm the 750, but the books, they are yet to, give the necessary documentation for our review. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, they say, depending on the results, the students will come for the testimony.
Director, will you react to this revelation that the students in Ashama don't pass? Ashama SHS don't pass. Oh, Kofi, let me ask my question. Say it depends on they won't come for the testimonial because the results are not good. Didn't you say that?
No, Chairman, Ranky, he didn't say that. Let's not misquote him. He didn't say that. But you can infer from the answer given that if so far only 750 have been recovered, it means that the students are not coming forward in their numbers because the results are not good. We can come to that conclusion. It could be right, it could be false. So let's be fair to him that he did not say that. He only said that it depends on the result.
So following to that, I wanted to say that a lot of them, considering the figure involved, have returned their books. And if we are going by what Chairman said, there are students who have performed. We are unable to calculate the percentage that have not come for the books, and for that matter, may not be able to conclude that a lot of them didn't pass. So I believe that the few that didn't pass, they are reluctant to bring the books. But the majority that passed have brought their books. Thank you.
No. According to the accountant, only 16 books out of 718 has been returned. Only 16 books. And then in addition to the 16 books, 750 Ghana cedis have also been recovered, which means that a chunk of the books have not been returned, which when computed will be around 20,000 or 19,000 plus. So that is it.
I know, the books, one student can take about 6-7 books. So they are looking at the number of books involved. 718 textbooks,
but
not 718 students.
I know. I mentioned books.
Yes, please.
718 books, 16 returned, 750 Ghana cedis recovered, but it involved 237 students. Okay? So, we can come to a conclusion that once they are not coming forward for the result, maybe the results are not good. But, headmistress, what was the result for 2020 for Ashama Senior High? In terms of percentage, is it 100%, 80%, 30%? What was the result for the school?
Yeah. Honorable Chair, please, I wasn't there at the moment.
The records are in the office.
Yes.
The records are in the office.
Yes, please.
You didn't have interest in checking what was the pass rates over the years before you are continuing. In fact, you need that one so that your performance, you can compare it with the previous performance.
Yeah. Honorable Chair, please, I don't have the figure in mind right now.
Okay. Accountant will have that figure, I know. Accountant, do you have that figure?
Mr. Chairman, sorry, I don't have it offhand. Thank you.
You will not have it offhand, I know.
Chairman, the books involved here are core textbooks. And we know the number of core subjects that a student takes in SHS. So if we are going to do an analysis, assuming that even for every core course, the student is taking a book, we could tell the number of students involved here. And so it's very clear that a lot of them have still not come either for a testimonial or come for their results. And so they have really no need for the results. But we pray that there should be improvement in the performance of the school and put in measures. The last time we went to, I think that was Zone 2, Sunyani. What they do is that before the last core paper is taken, they ask all students to return the books before they take the last core paper. So you get all the books that you have to. You don't wait for them to finish, leave before waiting for collection of testimonial or results for them to clear themselves. So maybe you can also adapt that system, that before the last core subject is taken, all books be returned, so you don't experience that in future.
Thank you, Chairman. Headmistress, given that these books have been taken away by students and you are still trying to retrieve them, how do you make up for the absence of those books, since those after them would also need the same core textbooks? Question is this not depriving the juniors of those who took the books away access to these books?
Yes, please, it is. Fortunately, we have some who buy the textbooks on their own. So if they don't take the one from the school, we are able to give it to those who don't have.
Chairman, so this issue has bigger implications. The core textbooks are provided by the state free of charge. It's part of the free senior school policy. So now that these students have taken these books away, as Madam said, parents are now somehow compelled to procure textbooks, core textbooks, for the awards because of this situation. So we need to think about a better way of ensuring that, parents are not having to pay to buy core textbooks for the awards when the books are supposed to be free. Thank you, Chairman.
Director, as the GES headquarters, has it come to your notice about this challenge that students usually take the textbooks away and depriving the school or the other student from using the book? Has it come to the notice of the administration, and if it has, what policy is being developed in this regard?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It has come to the notice of the GES management. The challenge which came to the attention of this committee in previous sittings was that students are not supposed to return, let's say, first-year textbooks because they will need them in subsequent revision. So they'll take year 1, year 2, year 3. When they are completing, then they'll return. So management is trying to address that by producing one textbook that will contain all the topics, so that if you take it before you write your final exam, GS is putting a policy in place to ensure that the books are taken from you before you write your last paper. I think that if that is done, it will reduce this infraction to the barest minimum. Thank you.
Before even that policy comes to play, as said by Honorable Kofi Adams, administratively, the management of the school should adopt that system before it becomes a policy by government. So to all the heads, just ensure that before the final core paper is written by the students, make sure you take the books away from them before they write it, before the final paper. If not, some of them, after finishing the last paper, they leave the campus that day. So I think that should be the solution. All right, so that will be all for Ashama. Continue to wait and pray that they come forward for testimonial, certificate, or whatever, so that you can make them pay the money before you give them those documents. So you are discharged.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ganata. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Constance Mufa, Ganata Senior High Headmistress.
Kingsley Amwa, Accountant, Ganata HSA.
Now, your first infraction in paragraph 716, Honorable Ajay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ganata, the case you have is unsupported payments amounting to 8,217.30. You made some purchases, but you did not provide the necessary documentation. So the auditors asked that you refund the amount. In your case, 8,217. Has the money been refunded?
Mr. Chair, please, it has been refunded.
Auditors, can you confirm the refund of those monies?
Honorable Chair, the total amount has been refunded. Thank you.
Chairman, that will be all for me.
Thank you. Paragraph 726, Honorable Chinia.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Your infraction, yes, some students owe, about 150 students owe the school an amount of 77,582.10 Ghana cedis. The auditors have advised management to recover these monies. What is the state of affairs as at now regarding the amount owed by these students?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Please, as at 8 May this year, we were able to recover an amount of 1,297 Ghana cedi, leaving an outstanding balance of 76,285 Ghana cedis, 10 pesos, of which we are hoping that the student will come as soon as possible to do some clearing. Thanks.
If you have an amount of 77,582 cedis, and you are able to recover a little over 1,000 Ghana cedis, then it's going to take so many months or years. So what do you think you have to do to recover this money in the shortest possible time? Because the pace you are going is too slow.
Yes, please. Now, as and when they come for their testimony and their documents, that is when we're able to get them to pay to recover the debt. So we are hoping and praying that as soon as possible, they will come in their numbers. Thanks.
Are you sure the principle of passing as mentioned by your earlier colleague is not applicable here?
No, sir.
Is that Dr. Apak said doctrine? The doctrine that the number of students who pass.
No, please.
Because this is over 3 years. So if they are not coming, what is the guarantee that they will come? Honorable Chairman, I think we have to take a different look at this matter, because from school to school, it appears that it's difficult for them to recover these monies.
In fact, most of them, you know, when you're preparing for exam, you look at past papers and revise past papers. As they sat behind, they listen to the answer being provided by earlier people. So they use that as a revision. As Pascal. So when they come here, they also produce the same result. Is it not true?
Sir, please, that is let me say, the condition on ground down. That is the state's.
Does it mean that Ganata also has a low pass rate? That is why the students are not coming forward?
No, please. No, please.
But if they pass well, they would have come quickly for their results, testimonials, and this like that. Or is it because the unemployment rate is so high that they are not getting the opportunity to come for testimonial because they are not getting any employment that they need testimonial as evidence? That could be another possibility. It's another possibility. Oh, my friend. Why are you jittery when I mention this? Are you the one who is causing the unemployment? I haven't mentioned Dr. Baumia. I haven't mentioned Nana. I haven't mentioned anybody's name. In the past, we have association of unemployed graduates. Now we are even moving to association of unemployed disables. I won't call you. I haven't called you. I haven't called you. I haven't called you. Because I say we have association of unemployed disabled, you want to react. Okay.
Chairman, I remember when we went to the north, one of the headmasters was saying that they were making telephone calls to the students, to come and pay. And it was yielding results. I don't know whether it could also not be one of the strategies to adopt. Because instead of waiting for them to come, at least if you also contact them, a few of them, could come forward and redeem themselves.
Anyway, Madam, there's a proposal to, if you have their contacts, place a call to them.
Yes, please. We've done a few, but some are not going through. Some of the calls are not going through. Others too, we had them, but they've not brought them yet.
The economy is hard. Yeah, the economy is hard. It's not true. The economy is hard. Let's move on to paragraph 742, APAC.
Ghanata. Chairman, the issue has to do with some unpaid obligations. In the case of Ghanata, there is one to do with suppliers, and the amount quoted by the auditors is 74,799 Ghana cedis, 81 pesos. Then there is one for student. The amount quoted is 6,293 Ghana cedis, 11 pesos. Cumulatively, the sum is 81,092 Ghana cedis, 93 pesos. The auditors have recommended that you endeavor to honor these obligations as and when they fall due in order to avoid legal tussles and to also continue to enjoy the goodwill of your suppliers. What have you done with regards to these, your obligations?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Please, as at 8th of May, 2023, we were able to pay our suppliers, and then we have an outstanding balance of 31,444 Ghana cedis, which is outstanding to pay. And we are hoping to pay as soon as we receive an adequate fund from the government to do that. Thanks.
What of the issue of students?
Yeah, for the student creditors, it's still outstanding because there's no application to that effect from the students. So it's still outstanding. Thanks.
But how did you come to owe the students?
Some of them are from scholarship, and some also pay ahead of time. Yeah. Some pay yearly.
Very well. Auditors, the indication is that with regards to the suppliers, some amount has been paid and a balance of 31,444, right? Is still outstanding. Can you confirm that, please?
Honorable Chair, an amount of 50,188.93 of the total amount of 8192.93 has been paid, leaving a balance of 30,904 Ghana cedis. Thank you.
Well, accountant, the auditors are actually doing you a favor. The balance you quoted is higher than what they are quoting, which means you've actually paid more than you are telling us. Mr. Chairman, since this is a process, I'll yield to your direction as to the way forward.
Yeah, just continue to ensure that as soon as you receive money from government, you settle the outstanding debts. The last one for Ghanata Senior High is paragraph 754, rent/utility defaulters. And Ghanata 35 staff owe the school 17,820. Have you recovered the money from the staff?
Mr. Chair, please, it has been recovered from the staff.
Auditors, can you confirm this for me?
Honorable Chair, we can confirm that. Thank you.
That'll be all for Ghanata, your discharge.
Thank you.
Let's have Kesse Technical Training Center. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Churchill Prosper Bankers, the Vice Principal of Teaching Technical Institute.
My name is Ya Owusia Nyamiche, Accountant, Teaching Technical.
So you have only one issue, paragraph 759, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think today I'm responsible for non-return of books. Kesse Technical Center, 177 students of yours, given 578 books with a total value of 17,340 Ghana cedi, was not returned by the 2019-2020 academic year group. You were directed to retrieve these books, or the headmaster and storekeeper should pay if they fail to recover the books and later find a means of getting these books from the students. So we don't want to hear the story that they haven't come. If they haven't come, you are supposed to pay, and later you find a way of doing it. What has happened to these findings?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We went according to the recommendation of the auditors. We've been able to retrieve 253 textbooks valued at 7,590, leaving an outstanding balance of 9,750 as at 8th May 2023. And I must say that we are still pursuing them, as and when they come for their certificate and testimonials, we made them pay or bring the book before we issue it to them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Don't you think you and the storekeeper should pay the remaining 9,000 whilst you work to retrieve? Because that's what the recommendation says. We can't be waiting forever. Don't you think that you and the storekeeper should pay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of our students are in the world of work, and their employers are asking them to produce their certificates. in their coming. So we are very optimistic that they'll come. Thank you.
So that's the more reason why you should pay. Then when they come and pay, you keep that money.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will still pursue them. And I must say that it's very encouraging. They are coming. And we are using their student leaders. And we've even put it on their platform. They have a year group platform. And it is yielding very positive result. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you. Because I'm saying so because as for the technical schools, even if the result is not so good, they've gained some technical experience that they get something doing as compared to the normal SHS persons. But auditors, can you confirm the retrieval of the over 7,000 Ghana cedi from these students?
Honorable Chair, the information is yet to be submitted to us. Thank you.
Please do submit the information to the auditors to be able to verify. When you give it to GES officials, give it to the district auditor also. So the auditors who did the auditing will know that you have done something.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. We will do so.
That'll be all for Kesse Technical. You are discharged. Let's have Adan Technical. Adan Technical. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, I'm Evelyn Azasu, the principal of Adan Technical Institute.
Chairman, I'm Lawe Alimu, accountant.
Thank you. You're welcome. So, paragraph 726, deputy ranking, Adan Technical.
Thank you very much, Chairman. It has to do with some indebtedness from the students. We realize that 86 of your students owe the school some 27,157.50 Ghana cedis. First, what is the status of this infraction? Are you able to tell us if you recovered the money?
Honorable Chair, thank you very much. As we speak now, we were able to retrieve 5,516 Ghana cedi, leaving outstanding balance of 21,641.30.
Have you been able to, have you contacted the students? I mean, the 86 students.
Yes, Chairman. Before we were able to receive this money, we called some of the students and their parents before they came out and then paid this money. And we hope they will come forward to pay the rest.
No, I'm saying that you have 86 students in question, 86 of your students who owe you some amount of money. How many of them have you contacted as an institution management?
Honorable Chair, we were able to call all of them and their parents, but only few of them came forward to pay. And some of the contacts too couldn't go through.
So it means that you have not called all of them, like you claim. All right, okay. Auditors, are you able to confirm if they've been able to retrieve some 5,000 cedis plus?
Honorable Chair, an amount of 5,516.2 has been retrieved. Thank you.
So what's the school strategy to retrieve the rest of the money? What's your strategy? I mean, I want to know.
Honorable Chair, we are still contacting the parents and then the students when they are coming for their certificate and their testimonial. And we hope they will come for them so that we'll retrieve this money. Thank you.
Meaning that all the students have passed, then you are hoping that they come for it?
Honorable Chair, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Because once it's a technical school, they will always need a certificate or testimonial to do something.
All right.
So by all means, they will come.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. That'll be all for Ada Technical Institute. You are discharged.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Now, it's left with 4 more schools, so I'll call you to come forward to take the oath. Odogono, Senior High, are they in? Please come forward. Pramprams SHS. Adanse Tech. Is Adanse Tech in? In fact, I'll call you first from this group. Then West Africa SHS. West Africa. Okay. Clerk, administer the oath. There are only 4. Is there any other school that I have not mentioned?
To your right. I swear by the Almighty God that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. Kindly go back, but Adanse Tech should remain. Kindly introduce yourself.
I'm Eunice Oklu, Headmistress, Adan Senior High Technical School, Sege, Adan.
Honorable Chair, I'm Daniel Aite, the accountant of Adan Senior High Technical School. Thank you.
Yes, so you have 2 issues. The first one is paragraph 726, which is student indebtedness. That 177 students owe the school a total amount of 128,779.10. How much have we recovered from this amount?
Honorable Chair, thank you. What we did was, we got what's the result of the defaulted students block by West Africa Examination Council.
Wow.
Through the director, schools and instruction.
Okay.
So out of that, you can only assess your results.
After paying?
After paying. So they've been coming. So as at now, we have a balance of about 30,000 to retrieve. Thank you.
Auditors, can you confirm?
Honorable Chair, the information we have here is that 53,175,000.8 has been recovered so far. But the difference, we don't have it.
So it means that there is additional recovery which the auditors are not aware.
Yes, sir.
So kindly provide that information to the auditors.
Thank you, sir.
Which means that there are students still are not interested in even getting the results.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Since we still have a balance.
Maybe they themselves, they assess themselves on how they perform in the exam hall. So they know that the result will not be good. But, Director, is this a possibility that we can use? Anyway, now we don't have any fees issue again, so we can use it in the future. All right, so we encourage you to continue, and then we hope that you'll be able to recover the balance.
Thank you, sir.
The next one is paragraph 845. Hey, from this paragraph, ranking. Ranking, we'll take that one.
Yeah, other Secretary Tech. You bought building materials worth 5,545 cedis without using the procurement processes. Auditors have recommended that you should.
No, it's 745.
You should refrain from that and also be sanctioned. It's a procurement issue. I leave it for the chairman's discretion.
7:45. Adan, we'll allow you to go, but make sure that you comply with the procurement law.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay, that'll be all for
Chair.
you. You are discharged. Now let's have Odogono. Kindly introduce yourself.
I am Patrick Mensah, Headmaster of Odogono SHS.
Good afternoon. I'm Peter Lai, accountant.
Yes, Honorable Isaac Opoku, 7:45.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman is also on competitive procurement. Odogono Senior High, you also procured printing materials, stationaries, and repairs. And the amount involved is 17,289. Chairman, again, it's a procurement issue, and we are in your hands.
Odogono, we are setting you free. Go, make sure you comply with the law. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
You are discharged. Pram. Kindly introduce yourself.
Honorable Chair, I'm Peter Jan, the headmaster of Pram Senior High.
Honorable Chair, my name is Ajevi Peter, accountant, Pram Senior High.
Okay, paragraph 716, Honorable Chinia.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. The infraction here is unsupported payment, and we have one PV involved. Amount is 4,291 Ghana cedis. Have you been able to resolve?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think this was an error, so we drew the auditor's attention to it, and it has been rectified. Thank you.
Auditors, can you confirm that this was an error and you have subsequently rectified it?
Honorable Chair, yes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
The next one is paragraph 726, Honorable Apak.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. The issue in question has to do with student indebtedness. According to the auditors, Pram, you have about 134 students who owe you a total amount of 50,965 Ghana cedis, 59 pesos. How much of this, or have you been able to retrieve the said outstanding amount?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We're still making the effort to collect the money from the past students. Our strategy has been that anytime the students come for their certificates or any document from the school, that is what we use to get the money. But today, as we sat at the back and we observe, we realize that we have learned a few other strategies that when we go, we will go and then implement. And I believe it will help us to retrieve some more money. Thank you.
So, with all this long narrative, you've not been able to tell us how much you have collected. How much have you collected? Whilst you look at implementing some of the strategies that you have become aware of.
Honorable Chair, the students, they've not been coming for their certificates. I don't know why. They've not been coming.
Not even a single student who came for his or her result. Not even one.
Those who came are those who completed recently.
We are referring to this one. This 100 and 34 students, not even a single one from this number that came for his or her result.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Then the school, the result, I'm not sure the results, did the school get 0 or 10%? Pram.
Honorable Chair, the fact is, these days they can go to school without the certificates.
Okay.
So they perform all right, but to come to school so that he pay something there, he will go back way and then go to the school because he can be admitted without certificates. They can go to school with their result slip.
But they can print the result slip online.
Online, yeah.
And when they use that one to go to the university or technical university or whatever, they don't actually regard
yes.
the
unless they are working and then they ask them
to come get that. Okay.
So that means the only time that they are compelled to go for the result and certificate is when they are seeking employment.
When the institution demands, but most of them don't come.
Okay, all right. And obviously these are the students who were not part of the Free High School policy.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, it's the same trend. So we have to hope that something triggers the need for them to come for the certificate. Other than that, it will be difficult for the schools to track them down. So, Chairman, I yield to your better judgment.
Well, this is not different from the earlier ones. So we actually don't have much to do. The only recommendation is that the few things that you have learned in addition to your own strategy, go and apply them and let's see if it works. But as you can see, it's difficult to know whether you'll be able to recover all this amount. I doubt it. But let's hope that you recover them. Let's go to the last one for from paragraph 742. Unpaid obligations. The Pram SHS, you owe suppliers a total amount of 117,000 plus. Also owe students 3,800 plus. What is the status of this amount you owe both students and suppliers?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, out of the amount we owe the suppliers, we have paid 56,074 cedis to Peswes, leaving a balance of 61,772 cedis, 73 Peswes. And then that of the students, we've not had any application from any student making a claim for the advance payment.
Okay. Now, where did you get money from to pay for to the suppliers? What is the source of the money that you used to pay the suppliers?
Honorable Chair, is from what government has been giving us.
Okay. So as and when government release money to the school, you pay the supplier parts?
Yes, please.
So we encourage you to ensure that all these are paid. And the nature of the supplies are what? What item do they supply you?
Stationery, basically.
Basically, stationery. Yeah. Okay. All right, so that'll be all for you. You are discharged.
Thank you.
Let's have West Africa. West Africa, you are the last school. Kindly introduce yourself to the committee.
Nofori, Headmistress, West Africa Senior High School. West Africa Senior High School.
Kindly mention your name again.
Simon Kwaku Ahin.
Okay. You are the accountant?
Yes, please.
Okay. So your infraction is failure to return free SHS core textbooks. For West Africa Senior High, the students involved are 161. And the total textbooks involved are 688. The cost of these books is 20,640. Now, how many books have been returned? How many books have been returned?
The book is 167 students, and then the textbooks is 610.
My question is that how many books have been returned?
As at now, 12,240, 408 books, valued 12,240 Ghana cedis have been recovered.
Okay, so 412 books have been returned, or you recovered the money from the student?
Yeah, 408.
408?
Yes.
Books have been returned?
It's recovered.
Recovered. Oh, you recovered the cost of 408 books. And that cost is how much?
12,240.
Okay, 12,240.
Yes.
So how many books are left unrecovered?
It's left with 202. 202 books, valued 6,060.
6,060.
Yeah, it's outstanding yet to be recovered.
Auditors, can you confirm that 408, the cost of 408 books have been recovered, which is 12,000 plus?
Honorable Chair, we have the cost of 350 books, which amounts to 10,500 recovered.
Okay. So it means that they did additional recovery, which you are not aware yet.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
So, West Africa, tell the committee, how are you recovering these books, or how are you recovering the money from the student?
Thank you, Chair. Please, when students come for their certificates, testimonials, etc., we ask them to pay for the books. We are now adding phone calls to the earlier strategy we adopted.
So it means that more students are coming forward for testimonial and the rest?
Yes, please.
Does it mean that your pass rate is high?
To some extent, Chair.
Okay. All right, so we'll encourage you to continue.
Thank you, Chair.
So that you recover either the books or the cost of the books.
Yes, please. Thank you,
now,
sir.
when you recover, the amount you recovered, the 12,000 plus, what do you use the money for?
We paid it to the government. That the government has opened accounts for the unreturned textbooks.
Okay.
So when you recovered,
you paid to that account.
Yes.
Sure, that's fine. Auditors, can you confirm that when they recover this, it is paid into government account, not paid into their school IGF?
Honorable Chair, I don't have the account number here, so I may not be able to. But we'll check from our district auditors and get back to you.
Yeah, so that's very important.
Okay.
Because the textbooks were procured by government. They were not procured by the schools. So if the recovery is made, it must go back to government so the government can use it to procure more books for the schools. So we should do that and ensure that it's paid into that account, but not, yes.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, the amount is paid into GES education sector support account.
All right. Yes, Apak.
Yeah, just a quick one. So now that the recovered amount in place of the books is paid to GES, does it mean that you then send a report for GES to replace the books? So how does it work? I think it's still about the textbook policy. How does it work?
Honorable Chair, I think there's a gap there. Normally, when the textbooks are procured by the Ministry and Ghana Education Service, and then we collate the number of books required by each school, so that as and when the books are available, we distribute accordingly. So I think our prompt management, we also need to track the payments to the account, and then we'll know how much has come from each school, so that in distributing, we also know those who have not been able to recover the books, and therefore will need to be asked to do that before they get more. Otherwise, we'll end up losing a lot of the books. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right, so that'll be all for West Africa. You are discharged.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, we have come to the end of what we programmed to do today. I want to thank the Director, Internal Audit, GES, and the Regional Auditor, GES, Greater Accra, and all other heads of schools and the Chief Executive who were here earlier in the morning to assist the committee. We'll continue our work tomorrow. For that matter, the committee's sitting is adjourned to tomorrow at 9:30 in the forenoon.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think I do.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now, back Hanokre. Susu sang pine, dear one to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Would you send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't me call one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
medical winnie award CB okotizi eno baroni chirena sa say bibia say key holder bi o say eno baroni enye binti eno obibeje no fa chechenere. Eje nyaba nyabo Black Sherif, Ghanaian rapper, young rapper Dinso no VGMA Artist of the Year. Man, congratulations Kesse pan. Na what treat the VGMA is home komo. The winners, the losers, the highs, the lows. Bibia 360. I'm a boni bid mini chair red carpet so be di home komo. And na what treat to social media trends. Who say bibia kokoso ni na mikra keys no. Ye nch say mekra ye try ho na ye koba komo no ma be sage go ha mamo. Mesa mo akwa komo ho on GhanaWeb TV amrabo no ye share say dia na onim say your social media I say just be a social breeze home komo celebrity news ni nyina ha say e na ye ka ho asem na asema da pa so ye VGMA 24th edition ye di nyina kwakogu na watwe me ba wo na me che so se dia akoye te se akwakoye the church against the streets and motame no PCS and Black Sheriff na kai phone so 8 nominees na award this year category but say dia Black Sheriff no ya boni din so oye winner na ama bani bi ni kopie mo red carpet na me ni me crew no say dey intro fake ni ade ye call nsem ye nya interviews ye nya exclusive ones na who say ye ko VGM red carpet and obi aka say what are you wearing and celebrities so they did turn up or say boy me ni twetwe komo or say boy dressing you or no so e be pay wo na won say am mean say we or say boy say ye calculation or red carpet you so no or say no kasa na mu say e bi akoma kasa me bo yes interview na ma wetie be na wahu ne ekọ cause say boy chema ye mu funi say bia wa sheke kente say de bi o ne bo den ankasa me na ye rapper EL enso twetwe komo eno so ye de bebre won ne ade they say celebrity interview so na do so amrado hobby lyrical Joe Perez music me ne kasa PCS ta me ne kasa Daughters of Glorious this so mo so bu pm red carpet so mo support PCS ta won so me ne won enye bi kasa na yo pemu na ankasa chairman Killer Blacko Kweku Killer I reigning VGMA Artist of the Year or no so ye so ye bobondi ane ye ne ye interview you say na watch the GhanaWeb videos and they are trendy ankasa bebia behubia DJ Azonto na me dey yi na film ono so dressing bi odi pemu red carpet as say emiantar bi o chairman ono de o hye emiantar say be ye obey den obe trendy de mu odi so bia ye brand no chairman say anko ba red carpet na anko wa dress e bia wo say bia suit and tie bia na foreign friend but opm wo sa red carpet you so okita training na no kofo friend ni nyina aka de eka branding ne ho na so so interview bi na lisa me say so kofo keka se miantare no so ne ba kwa to say LGBTQ community you can say they also no gay it's just part of his branding na VGMA ye koyi na say ye performance e pm ho PCS ta gospel musician no ye odi open song na ye ne waye me ye all stars rendition eno no mudi be show na that is a performance after performance Kiddy Girl Them Sugar afie twem no ye artist of the year no so e be perform e ho oforian ponsa be perform odi enko olden days na I know live band performances artists ni bo ho ma wonya challenges kakra but ni nyina all in on the show no still now it went on Saturday be performing last minute be performing performance they be breaking promise terminator can promise sister my mention that one or two of my top performance bro me the mechanic can promise terminator who say me na me who can promise so you be also na oh my god it was beautiful until the GhanaWeb abenya performance video bi atwe can promise performance na me fan kasa na say ni nyom terminator new single I say message bi wo muti wonte ya kona kope bitie na Killer Blacko ono so na performance na me fe pa Jackie no so the was smooth obegina honom I love the performance and success music Saturday no so na performance no so me fe just a few technical issues na affect medical performance as the show be ofi yango kan ni mobile inside they wanted to make it loud but there was some technical issues near there said that but medical say me make one say this year no nominations na e fan ko ho ba ko kra na obeka ya na wotwetwe mecho say as eno baron in the medical na as what abejabo ho kakra nti efa medical kwa ho na no course obeka last say 2022 medical winning award CB okotizi eno baroni kire na sa say bibia say key holder bi o say eno baroni enye binti eno beje no fa chechenere afi so o say kokokokokwa sanso ba no so retweeted that post na ka che medical say ono asa na mfie atwam wanya awards bi obesew no say ono so ne de na aba ne de na eda post so ono so dane aman na won say kofo we da say beef na ye friendly beef o man we abeka we hu asa bi beka we mpo chema ebia mo ye warm up ebia planning and plotting be hwe kra no ne eno baroni ewo nwomo so ni nyina anum se krom ha de bia mo be police stance wo be krom bu krom na te say there's no bad blood nyina ye part of showbiz maybe na VGM nkomo ya nkofo twema as afi event no na ye big yeah, of course we were there to report nti as a part of the show na say audience no bia bo ni phone so MC no wo twema mo ye host no afi host na ye Bella Mundi James Gardner any national ko twema hosting na nkoye na uko social media even the time na award no so na nkofo my review twema as a show no na ye boring kakra nti ye nim se ba na do obi ehu ni smoothness level the next year so if they repeat the same host obi abaye ni homework pepepepe ba me pese me kan host no one dressing and Bella Mundi try and kasa ne outfit changing it was on point Bella the only say ban fashion na red carpet it means the red carpet VGM hosting there 10/10 minus then nothing natural consona ne wardrobe no so for James Gardner so no wo hobby nti I feel the VGM hu common de bebre but there were some big surprises and say Nana Moka say na PCS tabefe ni hu say table of men gospel fraternity wo chirima and shada anya won de akwakoye say bia na wo hwe ni say wo be wini but ni nyina ye de akwakogu ni say industry is just for the growth it mu amu wini ye be kan atwema ne say ye ba mo big congratulations mu amu so lose out no better luck next time nti wo de VGM hu come for 360 interviews ni ayen celebrities ne kan ntare a wo share ni nyina say wo message say wo anko na say bia say ada na nkasa wentumi enye bia nhwe a ene bomodia na ko ye YouTube channel GhanaWeb TV na wo the interviews ni bebre wo benye bi but bese me sanso bi say ye be continue conversation VGM DC ofele say na organization ko na bibia yo okay na say akakakra because they are in the 24th year na performances so course so say na even overall artist of the year na interview na me ne year me wi amebo kakra ma na so wait here ochema say na ahead of the day na maka so it was the church against the street so it was us against us it's VGM na can say still na mo amunya ni there ye mamo big congratulations. So before this day the fans on social media they crowned you winner artist of the year.
They know.
Massive. They say it was the streets against the church and then polls GhanaWeb did polls and stuff like that we were still
it was never the streets against the church, it's us against us.
Apparently I look good in a suit.
You do?
Yeah, so that's one of the things that I like to capitalize on. Fashion is something that people always have to talk about. So I give them headline, I give them news to talk about. That is fashion.
Well, I don't think beauty is pain because I think that one of the best gifts in America is to look beautiful.
Na yanko ye ni ma unim say ye artist dey celebrity wan kasa ye fi VGM en common sem ni ma na ye mbra dancer musician and Stone Boy we make way a progress pa ni for dimension album be kaya last month April ya no release na say dey enkai ba betu dwane say debut number 8 on the Billboard World Reggae Album Chart and Third Dimension and nomni dey 17 track album nomni was no dey hama kasa na me dey beat ni kra na ekum na unze de wa Stone Boy ahihye nwum na say levels o Charlie wonye beat and album modern na wetie Stone Boy ni new project aya tunidi Fifth Dimension na album used there number kwa da makoma so me de papa we friend Into the Future na say nwum na say dedicating money we be we dey adofo nwum na just nwum ni dey atobi akoma so me hu say reviews nwum o release Fifth Dimension Into the Future ko be break as wonder na me so me de pants wonye bia na say nwum ya make ho asem say unim hu nkomodia and bomodia na epe Into the Future by Stone Boy na wankasa obedi ho dance na de mama ye ngina we so na ye ntwa ye hu kakra na ye koba amaboni se na bia meka twem nkomo no de theater bank situation ma besan nyina egu ho amamo ye mo bia ndada wo so as de bia Ghana for mo pe violence de no as boa ma conversation e koso ne ade na watwi bia kwakoye se Ghana ha de na beef ba ko ebie se be na masimboko na ya da sorry ya na Mama Brown se de we move to onua na ni show ya wo ye so show time with Mama Brown na show you de wo best start generate conversations bebre na de no premiere show na kasa na mafokika se na wo Facebook share the number of people who were watching at the time. I just say ebradwen into access so cry na chema na Mama Brown okita numbers na kasa we chire say or you popular sana manfo ke kana bi do chema ofi eye baby ano wo yi ba yi eye despite media ba eye 3 media yi eye onua yi na akwakoye te se bia we lose fans me de na enkomo bebre but she still is a big brand what I say na dey ya wo premier we ni na nyambes ne course manfo ebona abaso na eye na ya abrefo and broadcast journalist or radio presenter ewo Angel o de betu ja so I am kofo ke say numbers na so chema radio na adwuma no enye te se bia numbers wo social media nkwa o say no so ewo all right but mamamfo confuse me who say it's all about the numbers and I say streams obenya ewo social media no dey say betu dwa na ye social media commentator if any Kevin Taylor so de na no betu mo akwa kire o say ase utterances nsem na na ya before the betu dwa ase ahoya wo bi nketenketem bi hyehyetwi ne ade unse atemdidi kakra course so kire ma o say na mama ground ho fe kra kwanim te na ya benam so ne so ye nkomo ye ka se ma o say anwo fe na fine ne kosi anyway your no opinion na say betu dwa na ase okeka nsem bi me twitwiw na ya before na unse na ya before so no so ye hage wa fa nche no so ko ne echika no say na say be na Kevin Taylor ken ono so tutu bi man ne ade unse nsem no de it was harsh. Wa wunya video ni be na obomode ano akono it's a trending video na nsem yi ko be yi fa hikosi na yes we de na mama ground obi na akwakọ adi ni din akwakọ foforo ntokwa omente bia ono react na mama ground react video bi a Kevin Taylor no odi ne ho adanse chemu obo ne ho modern me hu so share won Instagram story na nsem ye ko ba yi na che na ya brefo to ma Kevin Taylor na Kevin Taylor so I den wato ama na say mo am follow so abi fi de wa hu say nsem ne de na bebre e na shut up e na fa hi na kosi nsem bebre na ye da sorry a Kevin Taylor say obeye expose we do say chinga na say expose kra enye na ya brefo kwa no ne nya ne boss Dr. Kwekoti o say obeye ne to na fa hi ne kuna mafo say na wonu obi enya ntokwa o so ne obekom ya ntokwa o de fa wonu na ya brefo nko na den na opese okofa na ya brefo ne boss be free asem na kobai na ya so ye video beto just o say impayful be say de bia mo kan ye de ye ni impayful ko o say impayful bi ne ferefo say asofo nyina aka ho afre ni say adwebrew nti ono de ntokwa na Kevin peso o de ba ne camp no so ono ne nkubi o so no de wayi ne ho afim na mafoka say na bi film aye da ye hwe nim say Kevin Taylor be ye expose the secrets ya betu dwa na say na so abba na say so akanta afede wo say waja ntokwa but ono ase on so o say obu baby o say ugware na so bodanfo be fa wontama wundu obodanfo nechi wa atis ankomo indirect as we did what but wakata ho ntama ne aden na ya brefo say adwebro say we seize fire but ye nim say Kevin Taylor be koso akwan na say sansem no so abeyi ye na ya brefo ne balls wa beyi ne to ne aden oba be kana but na watchi de nye eye na ya brefo no nkwa nkomo ne de bebredu but be say me bisa wo santo kwa ye course hina na wo hwa odifo na hina so na odibem na me da so agina ye social media trends na watchi na me bi e course nkomo bi a epiem na ye traditional leader Aisha Modi talent manager na watchi ono so ebebiem we trends ni na ne tintini ni tete ala komo na etse den mame mbo mu Shatawale me am godfather one don posti some video bi na ochema ne godfather ne godmother na video ya yeke nipa na wo mu ye aba sariki se unim na de bia na ahya modi chirima o se oye ni kunu o se ye ni kunu a one ne te ho na Shatta posti video na mama bi gina nchen na Shatawale describe so ne papa na ne mama ntina wo hwema nkomo ne di tintini tetie mu ane se aba sariki papa ne ye na gina nchen na mfo se ne papa na Aisha de ne tu ne hu se ye ne kunu se ono so ntoto na se kwa se obi odo kunu de bia oya na we post ni kakra na bia se wotkemu na we post ni ade mafo chema kwa ye se Shatawale we post o make e chire se bia na bia warefu yin ejai na se kokoba na mu se yenkofa wonpe Aisha Modi asem no wo de stressel na mi hu ma Linda TikToker ma Linda onu kwa asre wo se na nye papa na sister bi se ye ne kunu na Shatawale so be introduce se owo yiri bi na fine kosi na komo no kosoro na me tie chi na me observe na me se asem ya Aisha Modi ba respond asem me kan me hu na me kan me hu ana musa sha atwe e camera si no chire mo so ono obeto aware so also ni religion na ye muslim so ye muslimi obeto aware so say aba asari kra akwa ware fufuro so wo yiro also we podi enya news ha cancel chire mu cancel ye ne ma me kra no so eto aware so nti ono no beto aware so enya big deal nti mo amok cancel na fine no so say ono do ye unmovable also aba asari kudo no ankasa ne kunu do no nti also ono ankasa ne kunu to na ase kra also nsini fem koso bia also ono ne kunu wo ska ba ono do obone homoden otumi kwa abrochi kwa ye adwuma ne ade ne nyina ama ne kunu do nti mo amopese mo hyehya ase pese mo se ni se na ba asare ki wo yire na enye ono ne na ati o na fa o se ni nyina wate but unso bi asem adofo asem ne koka bi ba ye de wo ba ye third person nti mo amoka se na ba asare ki ne ahyemodi ni o so chire ma also no gusu wo ho no ma abat ono de obeka mama ti asese oto aware so enye ono nkwa na eye ni kunu eye abas eware ni bi na nsem tie me yekoso na wo be besese abas yo na ba ye ba kroma so we so ye very popular ba sase ho nsem dia odi mu akoten pa but eye wutie shata wala nwom pa de bia ho so o ma ne shadows abas ariki nti eye abas ariki onu ni. My goddess, I nation worshipper, brother Sammy. I didn't see me betu dra chema. Entertainment pundit. I another Samuel Bedu ekani nim. Chema o se nyame bi o ye ne nsem fata na akwa ye te se nyansa din nim ase odi nkoregoli. Na nation worshipper de abetu dra se. Nsem na another kind anya ne de. We share with United Showbiz. Now, be kaya video be betudra. Brother Sami promote any album ni. No more, mami bi or baby or kita goodies. Bejina hobe was so no Tony. I didn't betu them say oh Christo ni obi a wo bonya menwom na e de fine na otumi kaso bimbe wo so no to in promotion of nyom aba betudra je say u kanfo nyankopon wo say we de ntwa kwemu na na ye Arnold ehun na je say United Showbiz so with Miss G oka say ni Brother Sami ye na akwakoye te say sabio mpefo moni ma anyansa de bie no wo say mofra gori wo say payint na wi asanya sa wo say wo ye sakrampo gospel Christianity ugu oni massive because de bia wo de enyama hu hia nkwa na wo ye all because you want to trend nti wo ka na otutu bi ma Brother Sami no so advice ni say enyama bi wo ho no ma ontwetwa so na mkofu ebien wo kohye mo United Showbiz na Brother Sami chirema ensem na Arnold kan ya person ka che o se ensem na oye na asa nyama bi oye nyanse bi ni mo se anya ne de nti Arnold enye de onfa gyanto amba ne mo mpa ne chew Arnold te no se onpa o chew se de o so gya ne na so asem na o ka se nyama bi oye asa nyanse ni mo no se ye no kware cause nyama na wo ye na ya onti ase o se wa ade a wo ye wo fe wo fa na papa pe here te se wo nti ntokwa no koso bata na so no de pouch chelpa de chelpa beka so ba Brother Sami che o se de bi o se asem na o kan no gina ne na so still firm o se na o ye ne to bi akwa ye se nyanse ni nyeme na meka Arnold eneka na ye da sorry na me ko check Twitter trends na me hu se na mama grant trend na me say then na ekoso ana na me hu se wo se ni show yo ye wo nua TV na brand bi se wa drone wa bone art onu ahwe ni picture wa draw na to so no wa be present ma Brown will show you so na ma for say picture ya brand present ma na Brown munye di say ye Vivian Joe because picture ya Brown back na me pese bi bisa wo me amene mu di nkomoyi picture ya de we wa wo hwa ye sinitwe na Brown na say wo say Vivian Joe bi say mixture of Vivian Joe na Brown but wo kire ma say wo ma opportunity say mo draw na say bia wunya say unipa na wa draw ni so be pese o present ma ya mo modern na mo art ni nkon na me say the one nkofo asese but ya kan say na ye dusua bibi kakran say na brand enya vema wa draw na Brown wa trendy me nim say bia beba na adwuma bi kakra na say bia wa bon nkofo art but say na ye nya na wo di improve talent ni is one mo say ya brand no nkon na chi kakra no sambra bia me nim say wa atim kasa makasenti ono so be ye ni homework but me person bi say me nkwade akameka say Vivian Joe me na mama Brown po akamde sa portrait ni ebeche Vivian Joe na watwe ansa na me no mbedi nkra no ai hu se de bia ye na ma na se nkomo ya ye didi koyenim na watwe eye video bi a trending no more den eye video bi so awarefu bi a ye hu se won aware te se wo beda ase na video bi so course na ye Professor Dominic Fobi ai Ghana no nkan bi no ye a member of parliament Marche Bejani no sanso ye former minister of education ai Kufu Abanso nye papa wochema over 80 years na wosi wa kwakọ grabe a young girl fresh blood green free bia ehu sisi ehu su bi na waware ne fefefe kama na wenpo de na nhyeda nkan nhyeda nyenu so we do won na obi ato ni dom na wakọ busuafo wakọ jealous we de anyese bia yetetare dan ho betetare dan ho sai chiki bio bere man kasa pe papa pe professor esi ne name like anka nhyeda nye yi bia na mafochema asempeyifo no as a young guess na wojje na fine ko si na jase wochema papa ye nya asini na misemo pesa we fam ho ben sister yo oya abofra oya teenager aya mamu din komasa na ko fake kase ko fone kika social media fo wochema eye gay kra akokoto aware so ye 95 na say no papa eye professor professor for bia be Jesus also no kran ware da on worry damn for Casagana for Mr. Boss. I said, Ghana for Mocasadodo. Also, you cry a teenagers on your 20, only need to also we were 30 abroso. Now you cry on your bofra, or be your near Jumas and or your Jumal hospital, or like and ye be as a be a first marriage, also no con worry that number for Cassay and 9 for us a baby. There's a fair to watch our brand here when you'll be on any bed tala. And see, also my moon, yes, auntie, Mutia, and Professor say on video namuno, your no cast on 1 hour now I read more thing. Now, my monkey caca or do. Ma won sana mudi ye sini training Harold ono so be post de bia obi wa ya na mka ho ase eni kura tie na yankofo word na won invite mu won so won invite ma was like say mo invite because ni na e fine ekosi because wife won ma ware ba me de na me kan say me mam congratulations aware no so de efe e bia na boys your boys ko fa bi kwa mo be ha no ai mo nse mo ta ha wadwen so we papa pehin on ne betala mo be bo won bra na nga enye nkomo bia but mo kasa too much una onya ya una professor ya ka wonpe ja asem ai na watwi medini na ebesi hase na ye kan ye ke VGA me se na ye di nkonkoma ya brew I'm so I'm a brony now dressing if and I make catch him I fully beaded over 500 and here he be so I can send him work as a pearls in the coins. My special shout out to my glam team a Kwabna Kevin over Instagram so so be style on idea Kuhuno bet my man I can Kiki Sadik I corporate chick or no sooner or ye me makeup man kicking me that was a pandy more de me crew so I mean a ben and hazel ne could trap videos in the come maybe the moon nasty that's it. I'm a bonus in the day and social media trends, showbiz, celebrity news in Amrabe Sumno. No, you don't say now come on a muy woman cassa. See that's an a best answer here, Macramo.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now, Susu sang kwai bia wan to na bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't recall one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
On the 1st of May, as I tried to stop the bulldozer going, I was punched and kicked. So I was physically abused.
Continuously, issues of land grabbing and other bigger issues around who owns what or not when it comes to lands are big issues here in Ghana. We are at the airport residential area. I'm here to speak with the son of the owner of a property that has recently come into the news because some persons have been trying to reclaim this land under the pretext that they are the original owners. My name is Eche Atisu and this is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. We speak with Richard Ishen. Hi, Mr. Richard.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for coming.
Thanks as well for having us. I hope you're doing well.
We are hanging in there.
Okay. All right, so we want to just delve right into the conversation. We'd like to take a walk onto your property while we do that. So, first of all, I want to understand who owns this property?
This property was acquired by my father, who died 2 years ago, Isaac Ashen, from a company he worked with called Pioneer Tobacco Company.
Okay.
Our family has been on this land continuously for about 50 years.
50?
Yes.
Okay. And you have lived here all your life, would you say?
No, while I was outside the country, I wasn't here. But I have lived here by myself for the last 16 years.
16?
Yes, 16
Okay.
years.
All right.
But my parents that were here before me.
Okay. Now, I'd like to just understand exactly what your father did. You tell me your father is late?
Yes. October 2020.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what did your father do?
For a living?
Yes.
He, at the very end of his career at Pioneer Tobacco, he was a director of the company, an executive director, focusing on public relations and matters like that.
Okay. All right. And so your father acquired this land. You grew up on this property. Is that it?
Not accurate. I wasn't here for most of that time.
Okay.
But the rest of the family grew up on this property. And they have lived here continuously for that period of time.
Okay. So this is in a prime area, like we mentioned. This is airport residential area. How big or not is this land?
This plot is about 1.4 acres.
Okay. All right. Now let's now get into the issues of what's happening now. What happened to your building as we see it? It's completely to the ground now.
Yeah.
What is the issue surrounding this property and this land in particular?
Okay. I want to start off by saying that there is no confusion at the Lands Commission as to who owns this property. However, somebody went to a court in Tema.
Okay.
And met a judge in Tema who gave them the right to possess this property as a default judgment. We were not informed, and I think that was deliberate. We were not informed of the case in Tema because that's the plan, that we don't know, so they can get the default judgment from that judge and then use it as a sledgehammer to abuse the rightful owners of this land. I don't know if you are curious about the story they tell in their documents to the court in Tema.
What does that say?
Okay. They claim that 40 years ago, in 1983, a man called Maxwell in Tim bought this property from my father. At a meeting at the police station, the police headquarters, they were asked, do you know who this Mr. Tim is? Do you know where he is? Do you know he's alive or dead? They said no, they have no idea who that is.
But do you know any Michael in Tim?
No, there is probably no such person. They claim that in 1995, an uncle of theirs, who is sometimes represented as in the U.S. or sometimes in Canada, called Coomson, bought this property from Maxwell and Tim. Mr. Coomson never met my father or did anything with my father, but he bought it from somebody who claimed to have bought it from my father 40 years ago. And it is on the basis of that. Oh, of course, they lied in their documents that are saying that they live here and they've lived here all this time. That is not true either. So it was on basis of that the judge in Tema decided that they had a right to possess this property.
Now let's just situate this properly, because we are within the Accra area and you're speaking about a court from Tema.
Yeah.
How is that possible?
I am not aware of exactly how it works. I'm not a lawyer, but I would have thought that an Accra court would have some jurisdiction over this property. I don't know how it works. I don't know whether you can get up from airport and go and file a case in Koforidua and claim that, well, I don't know how that works.
I see. Now, so exactly when did these persons get onto your property, this property, and then cause this devastation? Was it just in one day?
Okay, the original appearance here with the bailiff from the court in Tema was on March the 23rd, the 24th of March this year, 2023. Between that day and the end of April, they came here on numerous occasions, more than 5 times, to do damage.
This is between what period?
After the 24th of March this year and before the 1st of May. The 1st of May is when they brought the bulldozer to bulldoze this whole house while all our properties and records were in the building. I don't know what the purpose of that was, but clearly an attempt to cause maximum damage or intimidate us.
Richard, I just want to find out, how did a bulldozer get onto your property when there was a gate at the entrance?
Okay, the first thing that happens every time we get in trouble here is this. We had hired a couple of people to secure this property after being attacked repeatedly. On the morning of the 1st of May, a number of police officers from the regional police, CTU, arrived here.
Counter-terrorism unit? That's CTU?
I don't know what CTU means. Their claim was this, that they had been told that this place had numerous 30 or so land guards causing trouble here, and they were here to arrest them. They walked through the property and didn't see a single person except 2 of my carpenters helping me put up doors that they had broken. As the police officers left, they opened the door and these people rushed in. The group that came on the 1st of May was involved about 30 land guards on motorcycles, including other people in cars. There were numerous, over 50 people on this property doing this damage. And it was only after about an hour or so of the damage that the bulldozer arrived to do the last few things. What you have to understand about these people is that they're thieves. They steal things. In the time since the 2nd of March, they have stolen money, thousands of dollars. They've stolen laptops. They've stolen everything of value in this house was stolen by these criminals. So it is not simply somebody trying to acquire, well, they don't own this land. There appears to be this cabal of land snatchers that can get judgments on your blind side and use that as a sledgehammer to try and force you to give them the property. We don't intend to go anywhere. Lands Commission records will show that we have a lease on this property, and they have recently extended that lease for another 50 years.
So the initial lease was supposed to end when?
The one that last one my father got ends in 2028. Okay. But you can go to the Lands Commission and give the balance back and get a fresh lease, which is what we've done, and we've gotten a written documentation from the Lands Commission that they have accepted our request to do that and agreed to give us the extension. But before that, we still had a lease that expired in 2028, that is 5 years from now. One of the things that is interesting to note is the impunity with which these guys operate. Okay. On the day they were here using a bulldozer to break this, there were police officers here.
Uniformed men?
Yes. We had gone to the airport police to report what was going on here. They sent with us 4 armed, a patrol team with 4 officers armed. Those officers were here as I begged them to stop these guys from bringing the bulldozer in and doing this damage. They were on their phones talking to somebody who probably told them, no, leave them alone, let them do what they want to do. In any case, having 4 armed airport police officers did nothing. Probably even encouraged these people because they could see that the police were on their side or whatever that means. In any case, there have been numerous cases where we've arrested, people, some of them have been arrested here, taken to the airport police station and just released.
Is this before all of this chaos started this year?
All of this is after they came here on the 24th of March saying the property was now theirs.
So it's been a continuous thing
for the last month or 6 weeks or so. Yes, we have been under tremendous abuse and the police have done nothing. We go there, we've paid what we needed to pay and that didn't help anything. As we stand here, if something happens here, we can't call the police because they're not going to do anything. They either don't care or whatever else it is, but they have never done anything to help protect us in this property.
You mentioned that you've undergone abuse. Have you personally been?
I have. On the 1st of May, as I tried to stop the bulldozer going here, I was punched and kicked. So I was physically abused.
Who actually did that?
Well, there were about a total of about 30 land guards plus other people here. But what is really important is that there were police officers standing a few feet from me as I was kicked and punched. And I told them, you see what's going on? They did nothing about that. I don't understand how even assault. I'm 68 years old. I'm not a young man. But being assaulted in my own house, and the police stood there and did nothing. So there has been a lot of violence in this place. And everything you have to do without the police because they're useless.
We'll get back to this conversation. I think that we're getting deeper into it, but let's just take a quick break. When we return, we'll get back to the conversation with Richard here at the airport residential area.
Bipoga, send me sika from Lebanon Finance. Wa Brian to the shade.
We're still here with a 68-year-old Richard Ishen. He's the son of a property owner here at the airport residential area. Richard, before we went on that break, you spoke about the things you had done. Interestingly, you had even gone ahead to make certain efforts to get the police on your side. Can you give us more details into that?
Yeah. On one particular, very often when the police came here, the people had done damage and left. On one particular instance, they were able to arrest a total of about 8 people on the property during this damage. We were all taken to the airport police station where I gave my statement. So I was the complainant.
Okay.
They were interviewed and statements were taken from them. The police did nothing with that information. More interesting is that even as a complainant, we were asked to pay money, a lot of money.
When you say a lot, can we put a number to it?
30,000 Ghana cedis.
So you paid this to who?
By that you mean, whose hand did I put it in?
Well, did you give this to the police?
Yes, to the police.
Was there any official documentation to show that you were paying this amount for such and such?
No.
But what was the money for?
The understanding me and my lawyer had was that to prosecute the case or to do whatever had to be done, we needed to make that contribution. However, having made that contribution, we left the police station only to find out that the people were released that same night. Maybe they made a bigger contribution, I don't know.
Well, you call this contribution more or less a mild way of calling this. Was this some form of a bribe? contribution? How is that contribution to what cause?
Was it a bribe? Let me talk about bribe. When I say I paid a bribe, I'm trying to get somebody to do something that they're not supposed to do. We were asked to pay the money. I think we were extorted. I think it was extortion.
Okay.
Because if we didn't pay, clearly the criminals were going to walk. But we paid it, and the criminals walked.
So that means even the money was paid,
yes,
yet nothing was done.
That is correct. We can only speculate to see ask whether they paid more, or whether there were powerful people involved in that. But we've heard stories that there are powerful people, some in Flagstaff House, who are interested in this plot. This is a juicy plot. It's in a very good part of town. It's a corner lot. Right next door is Enterprise Insurance. I wasn't here, but I was told that they had inquired in the past about acquiring this property or expanding into this property.
You're referring to Enterprise?
Enterprise Insurance. That's the guest house right next there.
Right.
We've heard names of other senior people in Flagstaff House who they say are the guy, the face of this side is the face of this fight is a guy called Anani Daniels, who is an illiterate. The people behind him are very, very powerful because they can make phone calls and stop the police from doing anything.
Who is this Anani guy you mentioned?
He's a guy who claims to have a power of attorney for his uncle, who nobody asked about, who was in Canada before and is in the U.S. and is in Canada. The guy who supposedly bought this property from another man in 1995. Has a local power of attorney, and it is with that he's working. He works with a very guy who I have heard may be a police officer whose name is Kweku Adi. And these guys are the team with their powerful friends that we've had to confront all this time.
This sounds like a cabal or group of persons who you create an impression are trying to take over this property. Is that what it seems like? And I want to understand why you're so convinced that some of the people who are behind this might be high up in political circles.
I believe that there is a cabal of land snatchers in Accra now. I believe that everybody knows that this property does not belong to Anani Daniels. Anani Daniels himself does not claim that he bought this himself. He says his uncle in the U.S. In all our meetings with police, I have never heard anybody asking, what is your uncle's phone number, or who is this guy who you say owns it, who sends you on this mission to destroy? Several people have indicated to us that they know people in the highest places in government who have an interest in this property. In fact, after this property was destroyed, some people arrived here for a visit, a walkthrough, and though you can't be sure what they say, they indicated that they were from Flagstaff House. That's what they told me. Okay. They may have been lying, but that is what they told me. I think that they're representatives of the real people behind this fight that we have on our hands.
Now the case is in court, is that right?
In many ways, right. The judge in Tema affirmed his decision to give this piece of land to Anani Daniels and his friends. We have served notice, and that was last Friday, which was the 5th, 6th, 7th, the 5th of May.
Okay.
On that same day, we filed notice of an appeal, and we also filed for a stay of execution until the appeal is heard. But we're expecting them any day now. They come here whenever they feel like, and there's no policeman to call when there is. The funny thing I think I want to put on record is this. In many, many cases, The police have come ahead of Anani Daniels to clear the way for him. I have a licensed shotgun, and I informed the police of that. They came here and took my weapon from me. That same night was the most brutal attack from these guys where they pulled the roof off, etc. If I had my weapon, I don't think they would have come in here. Well, not with that kind of attitude that they came in here. So, but the police to today still have my weapon. That weapon is a fully registered weapon from Nima Police Station. And if they want to know if it's legal, they can just call their friends at Nima Police Station. But they are keeping my weapon, as of today, for over a month. And I believe that is part of the way they try to make it easy for these cabal and these criminals to do what they have to do.
You mentioned earlier that you now live here for about 16 years?
Yes, that's correct.
Now that the place has been brought down, it's completely destroyed.
That is correct.
I see workers around. How are you still living on this property?
I am here most of the day, but I don't sleep here.
Okay. So what's the way forward now? Workers are around. I see they're trying to. Is it salvage? Are you trying to rebuild? What exactly are you trying to do?
At this stage, it's more of a salvage effort. We need to remove the roofing so that the bulldozer can remove the things and put it there on the other side. So at this stage, it's more of a salvage. The reason we have to do it is that they broke the house with all our property in it. So looking for even our IDs and wallets and stuff has been a week-long project. Every day we find something that is important that we needed. They intended to do as much damage as possible.
All right. Now, there's no trust in the police. You have suspicions of people high up in political circles. What is the next step? What are you trying to do? I mean, what are you doing actually to ensure that this property continues to stay in your name? Just like you've mentioned, the Lands Commission has records that this land is even in your family's name for another 50 years after 2028. What's the way forward?
We have naively attempted to think that the courts will sort this out. And we are still in the court and taking every step. But everybody I meet tells me that everybody you're talking to knows the land doesn't belong to these people, and that maybe you should see if you can get some powerful friends of your own. So well, this sort of thing helps because it tells people the story. And if there are any powerful men out there who want to do something noble, they can come in here and help us with this fight, because this is not it is sad to think that in Ghana in this day and age it doesn't matter whether you're right or wrong. People will use brute force, and the police cannot help you in that struggle.
All right. Now your father is late. Yeah. Do you mind me asking where your mother is?
My mother passed about,
okay, before your dad?
Yes, about 8 years before my dad. Yeah, and she died in this house. Yes.
All right. So, and you have siblings?
I have 2 sisters and 1 brother.
Okay. All right. So now that it appears, are you returning to court anytime soon?
Sometime this month we are returning to court, but we're also intending to take a little of on the offensive. For all this property damage, Anani Daniels and Kweku Adi, etc., need to be held accountable. So I'm meeting with my lawyers to see if we can file like a 10 million CD lawsuit almost immediately, challenging their right. First of all, we are claiming that these are fraudsters, and everything they claim is based on that fraud. And I think that some court should have a chance to decide whether they should pay for the damage that they've done here and all the things that they've stolen here.
Mr. Shen, thank you very much for speaking with us. It was a short notice, but you've been able to speak to us about the issue here. So that's been the issue here at this property here at the airport residential area. We've just spoken with Mr. Richard Shen, who is a son of the actual owner of this property, Isaac Eshen of blessed memory. Well, that's been it for Say It Loud here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Eche Atiso. Until another time, be safe.
Fans traveled all the way from Volta.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Hanokre. Susu Sang Pine, Pia Wanton and Bia, a man in Quine Baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Or they send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. want you Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I don't me call one kasa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Fans traveled all the way from the Volta region to come to Kumasi. What did it mean for you?
That I could say it's amazing. When I see them, I feel like crying. It's really touched my heart.
Wow.
Yeah.
Welcome to Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and today I have the pleasure of interviewing one of Black Stars' new boys, Patrick Pozo. Patrick, welcome to GhanaWeb TV.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you here. How do you feel a day after Ghana's first match against Angola?
I think it was a great feelings to have our first win home here. Very great feeling.
And sitting on the bench, and when we weren't scoring any goal, what was running through your mind?
What I thought is the game is a tough game, and I think we could have scored some goals, but and it's frustrating if you don't score, and there's pressure on us. But I think we did our best, and we get the late goal, so I think it's good for us.
How was the mood like when the goal came in the late hour?
I think it was always some. It was always some. I mean, let's say like 30 seconds to the end of the game, and you score your winning goals, it's always marvelous feelings.
And since you guys came back, what has been the reaction you've been getting from family and friends?
I think it's positive. People, I mean, of course, when you are called for the national team, people try to motivate you, give you encouragement. I think it's positive news.
Yeah. Let's talk about when you got this call up from Coach Q sitting. What was running through your thoughts, because you had already been called for the World Cup in the provisional squad, and now you got your second call up as well?
For me, I think it's a great opportunity for me. When he called me to come to the team, I think I was very much happy. And also, I think I deserve it because I've been in tough form for some years now. So I think it's a great feeling.
Would you say this is a dream come true to come into the national team?
Yes, this is my dream come true, to play for the senior national team. It's everyone's dream to play for the first team of the national team.
And you played for the youth side of Ghana. Tell us about that experience as well. Which year was that?
I remember 2015. I played in the New Zealand in the Under-20 World Cup. I think it's a great feeling. By then, I haven't traveled before. That's my first time traveling to Europe. Yeah, that's my first time traveling to Europe. So I think it's a great experience, and it gives me the courage and to keep going.
And in terms of that tournament, how far did you guys get to?
I think we were dropped. I think we were dropped early in the group. I think so.
What was your coach by then?
Celestete.
Do you still get in touch with him?
Not actually. Not actually. It belongs. So.
Yeah. Are you aware that of his health? Like, his health condition is not really good.
Sorry, I haven't heard that.
Yeah, I think maybe you have to reach out to him. But let's talk about playing for Inter Allies and moving abroad. How were you scouted? Tell us about your journey as a footballer.
It's a tough journey playing for Interlights 2015 that time. I think my first time I was picked from Interlights was when I played against Kotoko FA Cup in the final FA Cup game. Wow. I won the best player, best discovery of the year, which is best left back of the year. Wow. There in the club from Sweden, they picked me, which is AIK. They picked me from there. That's how my journey started.
Did you have a rough journey as a player, or you just got the opportunity to play for Interlights? How was the journey to Interlights like? Where were you back then before Interlights?
Oh, trust me, it was a very, very difficult journey. And I was playing inter-school regionals in Tamale.
Tamale?
Yeah, inter-schools.
Which school was that?
I played for Spaco, which is Spaco in Volta region. Yeah. There in the Interlights saw me and they liked me. They want to take care of me, take me to school, and that's how I started.
And back then, what were the struggles? Were you able to afford your equipment to buy socks, boots?
No, I couldn't. But the boss of the club Interlights, which is Umar and Rabi, they take care of all this for us. They buy football shoes, everything for us.
Really? Oh, then that's impressive. So, Interlights, you were with them for how many seasons before you moved abroad?
I think 1.5 seasons. I played the senior side. I was playing the second division, and then the next season they promoted me to the senior side. The senior side, I think I played 7 games, or 8 or so.
Really?
Yeah.
And you got your breakthrough move?
Breakthrough, yeah.
Some people play 4 years, 5 years without getting their breakthrough. How tough was it playing in the local league? Because a lot of people complain that the amount of money they make from their local league, their salary they earn, is just meager.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough playing the local league by then. But for me, I'm a hard worker, so I work hard, and I think that's what makes me move quickly.
Now, let's talk about your move abroad to AIK in the Swedish league. The first time you stepped down from the plane and you got to Sweden, what's running through your mind? Because you hear a lot of players tell their stories and they have interesting stories. What was yours like?
Yeah, for me, when I moved from here straight away, in my head, I know where I'm coming from and where I'm going. So when I stepped down to Europe, which is Sweden, I made up my mind that I have to give all out, and I did that. So that's why put me where I am today.
Well, you said that you knew where you were coming from. I want you to give us a mental picture of where you were coming from. Did you school in the Volta? You said you schooled in the Volta region, and that is not the capital. So how was it like? Because back in Volta region, we know that the infrastructure was very tough, playing on the sandy pitches and stuff. At times, how was the struggles like? Give us a mental picture.
It's difficult playing in the Volta region. Like you play on the sand, like a rough surface. You know, sometimes it's very difficult. It's very difficult. That's what I can say.
Life at AIK in the Swedish league, would you say was quite one that you enjoyed very well in your first season?
Yeah, my first season was not so good because I was a little bit younger. I just came. So the guy played my position, he's a captain. But the next season, I was aggressive, I played really good, and then they pushed the captain to the center back, so they put me on the left side. And from there, I got my breakthrough, and the same year, I got a contract from Granada, which is 2017 or 18. But I couldn't go because of misunderstanding between my agent and AIK.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I think since then it's really affected me a little bit. The next year I couldn't play because of this, because Granada was a big club.
Oh.
Yeah, it affected me because of misunderstanding between my agent and AIK. But since then,
life has been tough, a little bit good. Well, you are watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafi. We're taking a short break, and when we return, we continue with the conversation. Welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafio and I'm here with Patrick Pilzo, the Black Stars player. Patrick, you were talking about life in Sweden, and whilst you were at AIK, you went on 2 loan spells. Give us an experience about that. What inspired that loan moves?
The only reason I go to the loan is when I got the contract from Granada, I couldn't go. By then I was naive, I was young. But I also want to move to a bigger club, which is when I couldn't go. It affected me a little bit. I couldn't focus for maybe some months. So AIK was like, okay, we need to send it on loan.
Yeah.
And I'm so lucky that this coach, Graham Potter, which is coaching...
you don't mean it?
Yeah, he's my coach, which is coaching Kesse now. He was like, this guy's a very good player. And he brought me. Like he don't want a loan from me. He just want to buy me. You know? So he buy me from AIK to Ostersund.
Really? You played under Graham Potter, the current Chelsea coach?
Yeah.
How was it like?
He's been a fantastic coach. He take us to Europe. We play against Arsenal, Atletico Bilbao, Hertha Berlin, PAOK, a lot of big clubs. I've been to those games, but I couldn't play because I was new player. So.
Whilst you were playing under him, what was the strategy that he often liked to deploy you, like the tactics?
For him, he liked to play 3-back, 3-5-2. That's his formation. He liked the wings to always. Yeah, and if you're not fit, you cannot play on his team.
Yeah.
But he's gonna make it clear to you that if you can't go like this and defend good, you're not playing.
Really?
Yeah.
And till now, do you get in touch with him and hopefully you want to work with him again?
Yeah, sometimes we speak. When he went to Brighton, I congratulated him.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about whilst you were with Graham Potter. At that club, you scored 3 goals and 48 appearances. How were you able to do that?
Because for me, how do I say? My reposition, like where I love most is like wing back, which is 3-5-2. I love to. For me, I just
love to.
When you're playing right back and I'm playing left back, I kill you. I just go. That's why I was able to score goals.
Then from there, you went on another loan spell at IFK where you scored 6 goals, and within a short span, you have a taste. You have a good eye for scoring goals.
Yeah, that's the only reason is because. When I play like a wing back, I score goals. Yeah, I score goals because I run a lot. I disturb my defenders a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you ever met a tough opponent that you realize that this attacker or winger is giving me a tough time on the pitch?
Yes. I did last year, which is Russo Sider.
Which player was that?
I can't remember the player name. It was really tough. Really tough.
Really?
Yeah. I think I met, is it Silva? Not Silva. I met a lot of players.
And that will also say that player was really tough on you.
Really tough.
From Sweden, you decide to move to Moldova. Why the decision to move from Sweden to Moldova?
Actually, when I was playing in Sweden, I got a lot of offers from clubs, but Sheriff was one of the favorites, which is they play in Champions League and Europa League. So I think it's a good opportunity for me to get this chance because every year they play Champions League or Europa League. That's why I moved to.
You said you got a number of opportunities. You realized that they were playing in the Champions League. But what did the coach at FC Sheriff Tiraspol tell you before joining them?
When he called me, he was like, I'm a very interesting player. He'd like to work with me. What do I need? And I tell him what I need, and we got along.
Edmond Ado was there at FC Sheriff Tiraspol. Did you have conversations with him before you joined the club?
No, actually, but I had a conversation with another player, which is Basit.
Okay.
He's a striker. And he speaks good about the club to me. And he also influenced me to come to Sheriff, actually.
Okay, you came to Sheriff Tiraspol and you become a regular in their starting lineup. Tell us about the journey in the Moldovan League. Has it been tough or?
Yeah, it's been tough. When I arrived first, the guy playing the position, the left back, he's been consistent playing Champions League every year. But I think in the league, it was like he's injured, he cannot play. So when the coach gave me the chance, that's it. He never play again.
Wow.
Yeah. So now he never play.
And since then, how do you feel playing week in, week out in the league?
It's been good. I'm a core member of the team, and sometimes I don't play the league. Coach don't play me in the league. He always play me the important games.
Really? Yeah. Wow, that's very nice, and to see how important you are to the club. Now, let's look at the Europa League, where you guys were pitted against Manchester United. What was running through your thoughts? Now you are a regular player, you are playing for Sheriff, you are going to meet Manchester United in the Europa League, double header.
For me, I think it's normal. The only the only feelings I have before the game was when it came to the news that me and Anthony, people were talking about Anthony is gonna kill me. There are a lot of news coming up that he's gonna kill me because in the first round, when they came to our home, he couldn't play his best out. But when we went to London, people was like, he's gonna kill me. This guy's nobody. And by that night, I couldn't sleep because of the news flying UK everywhere.
Really?
Yeah. I think.
Did that motivate you?
It motivates me a lot, but it makes me scared. My name is in the news everywhere.
Patrick Pozo, Anthony, Patrick Pozo.
And even that game, I shared to them that, who are you?
One fan channel. A lot of people were talking about your performance in the game against Manchester United very well. I remember where I was when I watched the match. People were asking, who is this guy? Pozo. I'm like, you guys don't know about Patrick Pozo. And people said you placed Anthony in your pocket because they couldn't find Anthony in that match and all that. But tell us, playing at the Old Trafford, such a big stadium.
I think it's a good feeling as well. It's not only the Old Trafford. I've gone to Arsenal before. I've seen the fans, and I've played against a Rich side which is also big, a lot of fans. You cannot hear anything, so I think it's normal. For me, it's normal for me.
Let's talk about random questions. And what do you make of Inter? The club you played before is currently in the lower tier of the Ghana League. They are no more in the Premiership.
Yeah, I think it's bad to hear that, but I think we cannot do anything about that. The only thing they have to do is focus and come back stronger. Yeah, that's all I can say to them.
When you heard the news of the unfortunate scandal that occurred about 2 seasons ago, did you ever believe it?
Of course, I do. I do believe it. And I spoke to the Omar as well. He told me the same thing. And he also said they cannot do anything. So we have to go down and come back again.
You believe they can come back? Because the lower league is not easy over there.
I understand, but for now they are first on the league, so they can make it.
Now, let's look at players you look up to whilst growing up. Who was the player that you looked up to whilst growing up?
Actually, Marcelo. It's my...
Marcelo?
Yeah. It's my idol.
What about Marcelo do you like the most? He has good eye for giving silky crosses. His overlapping runs are also good. What in particular do you pick from him?
For me, his passes and overlapping and his crosses it inspires me. But his defending, I don't... I have my own personal defending, so...
Wow. Yeah, and in terms of defending, maybe aside Marcelo, who do you pick one or two tricks from?
Actually, Davies.
Davies? Yeah. The Dutch player? Bayern. Oh, you mean Alfonso Davies. Yeah. Okay, I get that. But let's talk about also your aspirations in life. I know Sheriff Tiraspol will definitely not be your only or last club, you want to play at the highest level, which when you look to the future, what do you see? Where do you see yourself playing?
For me, I think I could play in the Premier League as well, or top clubs in Europe.
Yeah.
Because I have all the qualities to do that.
And do you see that maybe in the next couple of seasons, maybe 2 or 3 seasons, you'll be there?
I think so.
Really?
I think so.
Okay, coming back to the Black Stars, the moment you were named in the provisional squad by Coach Otuado, definitely I'm sure that you'll be working on your fitness level and to improve on your performance and all that. But when the final squad came and you were not there, were you disappointed that you didn't make the World Cup squad?
Yes, of course. It's every player's target to be in the World Cup. But of course, if you're not in the final list, you'll be disappointed. But you cannot do anything about it. The only thing you have to do is come back and work harder, and maybe the next one, maybe it could be inside.
Looking at the Black Stars, your position, the left back position, there are players there. You have Gideon Mensah, you have Babaramba. It's competitive. How are you going to make sure that you cement that role as yours?
Oh, for me, I don't care about anybody's how he play, or for me, I only care about my abilities and waiting for my chance. When I got my chance, the whole Ghanaians will see if I deserve it or not.
Yesterday, when the Black Stars played, or on Thursday when the Black Stars played, fans traveled all the way from the Volta region to come to Kumasi. What did it mean for you?
That I could say it's amazing. When I see them, I feel like crying. It's really touched my heart.
Wow.
Yeah.
Were you aware? Did they tell you were going to do something like that?
No, I was not aware. Actually, I was not aware. Before the game, like around 10 o'clock, they start sending pictures that they are here to support me. It's really amazing.
And life at Aflau said you are the second star to come from there, aside Willie Kluche. Do you feel humbled by that?
I feel humbled.
What would you like to tell your people?
I would like to tell them that they should keep supporting me, and I promise I will not let them down. I'll make sure that I'll raise the name Aflau higher.
And lastly, who's your favorite musician in Ghana?
Musician. I have a lot, all of them. I listen to all the musicians.
And in terms of your favorite food, what's the go-to food for you before matches?
For match, rice, I think.
Rice with
sauce.
With sauce.
With
that's
chicken.
it.
Yeah, chicken.
And how do you prepare for matches? Do you listen to music or read? How do you prepare for matches?
Actually, I always listen to music. I have my this Bluetooth big speaker that I always play in my room to motivate me to be in the mood for the game.
Okay, before we go, I'm sure definitely there are young players looking up to you who definitely are growing up from Volta region, want to be in the position that you are. What would you like to tell them as word of encouragement not to give up?
Yeah, what I would like to tell them is they should never give up. When they focus on playing football, they should focus on playing football. And they should keep working hard and they will see the results.
Thank you very much, Patrick.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure interviewing you.
You're welcome.
Well, that will be it for Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and I interviewed Patrick Puzo, the Black Stars left back who plays for Sheriff Tiraspol. Thanks for watching. Until then, see you in the next one.
want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker, yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.